with specialization in products and product engineering in cutting-edge technologies. And next, we have Dr. Gopi Balasubramanian, the CEO and co-founder of Exceed Q GmbH. He's a renowned physicist with a PhD from the Indian Institute of Science. Residing in Germany, he has over 18 years of experience in diamond spin-based quantum systems and has occupied key positions at prominent German research institutions, including the Max Planck Institute. He has steered Exceed Q towards pioneering advancements, notably the development and commercialization of the XQ1i, the world's first 4+ qubit mobile quantum processor that operates at room temperature. Welcome, Dr. Gopi Balasubramanian, sir. And next, joining is Mr. Arvind Ratnam, Chief Strategy and Revenue Officer at QCT-RN. Mr. Arvind is a seasoned strategy and product leader with over 20 years of experience in high-tech industries, including quantum computing, LIDAR, and connected vehicles. He is currently the Chief Strategy Officer at QTCRL, a leading quantum software company that enables researchers, developers, and engineers to build stable, reliable quantum computers and quantum sensors. So ladies and gentlemen, can I have a huge round of applause for our speaker, moderator, and our panelists. And I leave the stage over to the experts over here to take out the session. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. First, I want to thank all the speakers who have come here. I'm not a quantum expert. எனக்கு குவாண்டம்லாம் ஒன்றும் அவ்வளோவா தெரியாது. ப்ரோக்ராமிங் ஓரளவுக்கு நல்லா தெரியும். All the 3 people on the stage are the real quantum experts. And I want to really thank them specifically because, and specially because, all of them have traveled from faraway places, except maybe Sunil is not so far away. Gopi has come all the way from Germany just to speak in this event. And also Mannin Maindan. Of course, he is doing something really fantastic. We'll talk about it. The second thing is Arvind, his company is in Australia. He is in US. He has come all the way from US, landed today. Morning 6 o'clock, I think. He had some trouble in the hotels. and just freshen up and landed straight here for this event. Gopi is a Tamil guy, because I want to give as much time for the speakers to talk about quantum. But before we go into that, I want to set the stage for why we are doing this particular session. In 2018 or so, we came up with a $1 trillion vision for Tamil Nadu, 2018 time frame. And luckily, when the new government came in 2021, this became an official mission for the state. Now, the 2030 goal to do $1 trillion economy is the mission that we are all marching towards. And every time, in every function, whether the chief minister or the minister or the government officials, wherever they speak, I haven't seen a single day in Tamil Nadu gone without speaking about a $1 trillion vision in the last 3 years. It has been spoken continuously. So that's the focus in which the government is working towards this. But if you think about it, Tamil Nadu today is like a #1 state in the country. #1 state in the country in terms of many, many aspects, in the socio-economic aspects. But that was never the case. You will be surprised, in 1950s, when India got independence, what was the position of Tamil Nadu? Anybody can guess? It was #2 from the bottom. Tamil Nadu, which was an old Madras presidency at that time, ஒருங்கிணைந்த மெட்ராஸ் பிரசிடென்சியே வந்து it is #2 from the bottom in terms of GDP terms. The surprise element is, what is the number one state at that time? 1950s lab. Bihar. Bihar is actually the number one state during 1950s. From 1950s, fast forward to 2024, Tamil Nadu has become the number one state. Sadly, we need to figure out how to get Bihar also to the top, right? They are also our brothers, except they are sitting in the north. But Tamil Nadu has gone to the top. So what made this transformation? Most position to the topmost position in a 60-70 year time frame. The concept, or rather the crux lies in how Tamil Nadu looked at the whole transformation journey. Those days, long roots in Tamil Nadu. SIPCOT was created in 1969. TITCO, SITCO, all these industries. And Tidal Park was first created in 1999. That was the first time before Indian government created in Delhi, Tamil Nadu created the IT policy. As we heard, we created the Tidal Park, the iconic building, which was Asia's largest at that time, South Asia's largest at that time. So those kind of investments have been made. Somewhere along the line, we sort of little bit lacking behind in the technology space. And now we have come to like a third position, or slowly going into the fourth position. Because Karnataka has gone to number one position, then Telangana is also doing really well. So we need to double up our strength in technology. Our future of technology lies in modern and innovative areas that are emerging like quantum. And that is why we put this panel together. So all these guys are super duper experts on this, and they're going to talk in detail about the opportunities in quantum. I'll just say only one thing that I just learned from Arvind while I was having coffee to set the stage for quantum. What is this quantum problem? He was telling me, if there is a Swiggy guy who has to, they have like 50,000 Swiggy delivery people, and they have like, let's say each one has to deliver 5 or 10 packages. So 50,000 into 5 is like 250,000, let's say. And they have to deliver it to some 100,000 houses. Now if you have to find an optimum route for each of these delivery guys to go and deliver it and come back, and given all the traffic and all these things, and if you feed all this data to a supercomputer, not a regular computer, to a supercomputer, he told me it's going to take 3 years for it to compute the optimal route. And a quantum computer will do it in 3 minutes. This is really the power of what the quantum computer can do. The speed in which it can process, the way in which it can solve problems is phenomenal. With that, I will stop here and first invite, I think Arvind is going to be the first speaker, and he is going to set the stage, little bit about introduction to quantum, as well as talk about what his company is doing and in the area of quantum. And then we will have Gopi talk about, he has a very, very unique product. He has a quantum computer which is based on room temperature, solid state, based on diamond. He's going to talk more about that. And then Sunil is going to talk about, he's into crypto and encryption and all that stuff. He's going to talk about that and also talk about a case study of quantum, so that you guys get the entire story. So there is some introduction, there is some hardcore technology, product, and then there is a customer case study. That's how we have structured the whole session, so that you have a detailed understanding of the session. With that, let me invite Arvind to the stage. It's all yours, Arvind.
Thank you for the opportunity. Okay, so this is a fairly complicated subject, and I'll try to make it as simple as possible. How many of you have programmed anything? Okay, good. A good number of your students. Yeah, quantum computing is going to probably be the next electricity, but it is not useful yet. The one thing that we do at Q Control is try and make it useful, and I'll talk about what that means. We talk about Tamil Nadu becoming a $1 trillion economy. Quantum in itself, just the quantum industry, is slated to be a $1 trillion economy by 2040. And the opportunities are everywhere, right? We talked about optimizing Swiggy. You could also optimize trains. We are already doing it. You know, there are use cases for, you know, commercial aviation, also military aviation. I'll talk about some of the military stuff that we do as well. There are applications in chemistry, in simulations, drug discovery. It's really, the possibilities are endless, right? But it is very important to distinguish the signal from the noise, right? The signal is the fact that quantum computers are suited to solve certain types of problems, not all problems, certain types of problems. I'm not going to get deeper than that. It's important for you to know that. Same as GPUs, as you very well know, NVIDIA is the most valuable company in the world, one of the most valuable companies in the world, and what they make is GPUs, graphical processing units. Graphical processing units are one type of computer. CPUs, central processing unit, that's another type of computer. Now, the future is QPU, a quantum processing unit, and that is what is upcoming. But it's also important to know that quantum is not just quantum computing, it is several things. It's at least 3 things that I have up on the screen. One is, as you know, it's quantum computing. It's an advanced computational method. It solves certain types of problems. The second is, and then Gopi, who's on the panel, will be talking about his quantum computer. The second is quantum communication. We've got Sunil here. When you send information from one place to another, a bank to bank, or a person to bank, or whatever, right? It could be company to company, whatever it is. It's being sent over a channel, right? And that can be hacked into, right? And what you need, as Sunil will discuss this, you typically need a key to hack, but what if you can make that key unhackable, right? And this is what is called as, so if you can make this channel invulnerable to quantum attacks, everyone is scared of quantum computers. I can tell you this because back in the 90s, Peter Shor of MIT said that a perfectly operating 100-qubit quantum computer can break RSA security. Why is that important? Because all of your bank accounts are secured with RSA. So basically, if I had a perfect 100-qubit machine, I can break into your bank. And you know, so every country is scared, and even and India is no exception, and they're making big investments in it. Now, what quantum communication, the promise of quantum communication is being able to send information securely using certain key-based methods. Sunil will talk about it. And finally, this very fairly secretive field of quantum sensing. It is possible, you know, just like, you know, your phone, how many of you have used your compass app to find north, south, all of that? The way it works is there is a small accelerometer that is built right into your phone, and that is, you know, that can detect changes in acceleration, etc. Quantum computers can do the same thing without incurring what is called as drift, and I'll cover that briefly as well. And then there is quantum materials and devices that supports all of these technologies, and of course then there is some related stuff like you know, quantum encryption and all of that. So quantum is multiple things, right? But usually when people say quantum, they start with quantum computing, but quantum communication, and there's all these other things. Q Control is probably the leading quantum software company in the world. We are very well known. Having said that, we are still not at the IT scale, but we are about 140 employees. We are in 4 continents. Headquarters in Australia. We have a fairly large presence in the US, and I run the US team there. And we also have an office in Berlin and in Oxford. And yeah, so what we do two things. We do quantum computing. We make infrastructure software for quantum computing. Roughly the equivalent of, if you know what VMware does, VMware, Brocade, Citrix, all of the virtualization software, what we do is we make quantum computers useful. That's the quantum computing side of it, and then we make software ruggedized quantum sensing, and I'll explain what that means. And on quantum computing, we work with almost every major gate-based quantum computer out there, and you see some logos. I'm hoping to soon have ExceedQ's logo in there as well, so I'm in talks with Gopi about it. And then there is quantum sensing. We work with major defense agencies, and as I speak, of course, the Indian defense is also of interest to us. The way you think of the quantum computing stack, I'm going to get slightly technical for a bit and then zoom out again, is you have hardware at the bottom, and then the layers in purple are what we have. And the layers on top are the application layers, right? Application layers are what Salesforce does, or Adobe, or HP, or there's a whole bunch of companies that do that. What we do is the infrastructure software, which is in purple, and what our layers do is specifically reduce the errors in quantum computers. Unfortunately, the state of quantum computing is such that the error rate is really, really high. So we are trying to reduce the error rate so that you can do useful computation on it, and that is the hardest problem in quantum computing today. And yeah, as I mentioned, we are all over the world. We have raised $133 million, valued at just north of 400 million. We have 20,000 users across the world, more than 20 hardware partners. Our customers range from governments to commercial. When I say commercial, the people who are building quantum computers, enterprise users, even consultancies, like people like KPMG, HSBC, and all of that, and finally academic research labs. And academic research labs include people like IISc, IIT Madras, and so on and so forth. And we have multiple products. The very first one is about learning. What is a quantum computer? How do I program a quantum computer? Today there is a big gap. If you want to learn how quantum computing works, etc., you have two choices. You can go on YouTube and maybe see what's out there, or if you want to be systematic about it, go and read academic papers. Unfortunately, very, very few people in the world are qualified to read academic papers, and Gopi is one of them. And the quality in the free stuff that's out there is very, very bad. So we collaborated with a world famous children's educator and prepared a product called as Black Opal, and that takes people from zero. Let us say you're a high school student who has taken some science courses. You want to learn quantum computing. We have a beautifully organized online product that takes you systematically through a set of interactive exercises and learning that in about 30 hours, you can program a quantum computer, right? And we have, as I mentioned, we have more than 22,000 users, and we have won all kinds of awards, and we've been featured everywhere. And this is the world's first interactive quantum learning product. And our customers include the government of the UK, New South Wales Education, this is Australia, West Point, which is the United States Military Academy, Hull, most importantly, Tamil Nadu. 6 months ago, Tamil Nadu became the world's first state to offer quantum computing through the Non-Mudalvan portal. Sorry for the typos, Non-Mudalvan. Thank you, I appreciate it. This is offered through the Tamil Nadu Skills Development Corporation. And yeah, so we were out there at Anna University that you see out there. That's in front of Abdul Kalam statue. And we trained 100 lecturers, and they went and trained 3,000 students. And now we are trying to make quantum computing almost mandatory to all undergraduate students. Look, quantum computing is still in R&D, it's being developed, but when you, the students in this room, graduate from your engineering program, you should be ready to fill quantum jobs. There was just a report that just came out that said India needs 20,000 quantum skilled graduates every year, right? Out of those, even if 2,000 came out of Tamil Nadu, it's going to be a great achievement. So this is one of the initiatives that I'm heading as well. So that was quantum education, okay? Take the course. It's called Black Opal. You can Google it, and maybe some of you come if you're interested. I'll set you up with a link. Once you know that, you can go on, say, for example, IBM's site or Gopi's site and read documentation and start programming. There will be it does require a little bit of trial and error, but it is possible if you're really dedicated. The second is I want to talk about quantum sensors. Quantum sensors can do certain almost magical things. So today, what we do is specifically Q-Control uses software to stabilize quantum sensors. But to know why quantum sensing is important, it is because, I don't know how many of you heard last month, there was this Azerbaijan airlines that just crashed in Chechnya, near Chechnya. What happened, and there are various versions of that story. One version of the story is GPS was hacked. Today, we depend so much on GPS, right? But imagine like an aircraft carrier out there in the sea. The commonality between your auto rickshaw driver and that aircraft carrier is both of you are relying on GPS, okay? GPS can be hacked with a jammer. Those jammers are available for a few $100s on eBay, right? And essentially, you can take GPS out. And the map that I show on the top right is the border between Turkey and Syria and Lebanon. And it's an area where GPS GPS is especially vulnerable, right? And also underseas. If you want to know how a submarine navigates, it navigates with a sonar, and then once in a while it has to surface to get a GPS lock. Today, no submarine can stay submerged for a long time, and that is because it's missing GPS information. It has to surface. With a quantum sensor, we can have a GPS stay submerged for a month. We can have a ship be able to navigate in a sea for a month without needing GPS. Essentially, we make it completely GPS independent. The place where this is the most scary is airlines, right? If you, for those of you who have traveled across continents, sometimes these airlines fly over zones that are conflicted, right? You always wonder, hey, what would happen if the airline loses GPS? By the way, as a company, we are funded by Airbus, and I personally met the CEO of Airbus 2 months ago, and he is concerned that this is a real problem. So yeah, Q-Control makes these sensors that use our error suppression methods for GPS denied navigation, but also subsurface mapping you can look under the surface with these sensors, and also for intelligence and surveillance, right? We did our first trial on an Australian Navy destroyer, as you see on the right side, Sycamore. Yeah, so we are building these sensors. Look, our claim to fame is not the sensors themselves, but these sensors that are being ruggedized, that have been made resilient to platform noise, and having probably the industry's best levels of survivability, autonomy, and resilience, and so on and so forth. Yeah. So anyway, this is my last slide. I said a lot. We should probably move on. But fundamentally, what you should know is with quantum, $1 trillion industry is coming, right? That's the first thing. The second thing is quantum refers to many things: quantum computing, communication, quantum sensing, and Q-Control, the company that I represent, has world-leading offerings in error suppression that makes quantum computers useful, education that I just talked about, and finally software ruggedized quantum sensors. And through a combination of these offerings, look, I'm operating in California, but I come to India maybe once every few months, and I am trying to, of course, it's not a single effort with people like Gopi, etc. We are trying to get India quantum ready, right? It's a huge mission, and believe it or not, my first success was in Tamil Nadu, right? This should tell you how progressive the state is, etc. And eventually, I'm hoping to reach every single one of you in one form or the other. Specifically, one opportunity for Tamil Nadu, there are pros and cons of this opportunity is is look, if you all go and learn quantum computing, you're going to demand jobs. Where is the job? Where can I get jobs after I graduate, etc. And I think the government needs to play a role. And Suresh was the first to explain to me that government doesn't hire people. Yes, government hires people. You can get government jobs. That's different. But secondly, government implements policy, right? They don't necessarily start companies. They don't run companies where that buy quantum computers, and that's not what the government is out to do. But a combination of government, industry, and maybe research institutions can start to procure quantum technology, start to operate it right here in Tamil Nadu, and hire all of you people. Right, by the time you graduate, that really is the vision. But when we get there, right, I remember a conversation I had with Mr. Narayan Murthy of Infosys a few years ago. He started humbly, just like us in the 1980s, right, when computers were very new to India, right. 1987, I think he became really mainstream. Slowly, more and more graduates started getting trained in COBOL, Fortran, and all of that came before C, C++, that came before Java, that came before Python, and all of that. And before you know it, India is the largest exporter of software services talent, right? But now we are going to climb up the stack and have products come out of India that perhaps trained with AI models that are specific to India. So the possibilities are limitless, right? India is already, okay, this is the good news. The bad news is India is already maybe 10 years behind the US and 5 years behind China in terms of quantum. Now this represents an opportunity for us to leapfrog and catch up. So that's it. Thank you for the opportunity. I hope this was useful.
Hi, thank you everybody. Can I have the slides please? The other file.
While the slides are coming up, like if I get a software job, I'll get some X salary, right? What will I get? How much X will I get if I get a quantum job?
Probably 4X.
4X. So if you're going to get, instead of getting 25,000, you'll probably get 1 lakh. Thanks.
No, yeah, I mean, that's a long way to go, but I'm talking about the US, etc. Look, if you're just doing some QA type of work, right, it's your value is diminishing in the world. The number of people who can actually train quantum computers is very, very low. There's huge demand out there for really high skills, high skilled people. Yeah. At the moment, it is still fairly technical. It does require people to have master's degrees, PhD degrees, etc. But there will be one day when the bar will lower, and we are one of the people who are helping.
I'm going to see this now. So, what happened to slides? The other slide. Oh yeah, sure, you can do that. Well, I'm standing here because for the queue there's a display over here. Should be technically on the stage, I guess. Somebody put it over there, so I'm standing this way. Hope you don't mind.
You can't see the slides, so you may not bring the PD for the next session after that.
All right, great. So let me jump into it. So yeah, so I'm going to talk about democratizing quantum. Okay, I have to look here. Democratizing quantum computing. Are you able to hear me? Right. Okay. So democratizing quantum computing, right? So as you know, this is not necessary, but nevertheless, I'll just introduce a bit about my team. So this is I'm the CEO. My name is Gopi Balasubramanian. I've been working in this field of diamond-based quantum technology for about 20 years. And the reason we assembled these fantastic people is we really thought that many of the fantastic technologies are getting stuck in the lab. We want to bring a lab technology into a real world scenario. And who's best if it's not the people who actually worked in the lab. So all the people you see there is our team, and they're all PhDs who work exactly on this field and actually jumped in. We want to make a change. We want to make the technology come to the real world. So far, the journey of XEQ has been fantastic. So we just founded this company in 2021 in Germany, and we make currently the most affordable, portable, and sustainable quantum computers in the market. We're backed by about 30 million euro contract from the German aerospace agency to build a few quantum computers for them. We already delivered 5 of the full stack quantum computers to 3 clients in Germany within the first year of business. Right, so let's dive in. Computers, right? So you see the first computers, like one of the first variants, 1945, was almost a room size, and now it's still the room size. So what happened, you know? Well, we miniaturized a lot of, the 1945 computer to the size of your mobile phone. Yes, this is able to do the same task what 1945 computer was able to do. However, don't forget that the computational complexity or the problems we want to solve also multiplied, and now for the current day problems, you still need the same size, right? So, size, well, it's okay, it's going to occupy a room, but the energy requirements, that is very enormous, right? So every one of these chips is going to consume power. You have more chips, more power, more cooling, and this goes as a vicious cycle. So for every modeling what we want to do in AI, forecasting, financial simulation, all these things require power, resources. You don't have infinite power, so you compromise, optimize on the cost and the availability of the time. As Arvind mentioned, let's take a weather prediction, right? If a storm is going to come, we need to predict now, not in 3 years when the storm has passed, right? So you make some compromises in computations on energy, cost, accuracy, that's when your prediction goes wrong, right? So, this involves a lot of numbers like matrix, and GPUs, graphic power processing units, are specifically designed to do this matrix jobs faster. But that does not mean that still it is completely out of all these constraints. You still make compromises with your GPU, and that's why some of your models fail. But in 1982, Feynman, the famous physicist, mentioned that, well, look, nature isn't classical. If you want to make simulations of nature, you better use quantum physics for it. Because when you use quantum physics, this is much more intricate, or the native language of nature. So why don't you use something like, you go to some place, you find the local who talks that language, knows the place. So when you want to do complex computation, go to quantum, because that talks the language of nature, right? But unfortunately, it's only catching up now that we are facing problems or solving problems of ginormous magnitude that we have to remember Feynman and said that, oh, maybe this end seems like a dead end, this road seems like a dead end, so let's take another path of quantum, right? So what is quantum computing? In a nutshell, let's take this classical problem of a mouse in a maze, right? You put a mouse in a maze, it's going to actually take a path, find a dead end, remember, try a few times, and then it eventually comes out. But a quantum is not like that. A quantum is like an eagle. It just takes the eagle's eye view. It's going to see all the possibilities and find it at instant. That's exactly what happens. Because quantum computing operates on the fundamental laws of quantum physics, which is non-local. So this is going to be spread out. There's a probability of finding quantum in every state. Right. So quantum computing can solve complex problems in an efficient manner, and it also unlocks new possibilities. When you can do certain tasks more efficiently, you can look for previously overlooked solutions, and you can be quick to adopt new possibilities. So in drug discoveries, cybersecurity, threat minimization, etc. So what's the difference, right? So classical computer has the so-called classical bits. This is like an on-off switch, as I have actually shown there. But a quantum bit is like an analog control, like a volume knob. It's not like on and off, like you have all continuous thing like a volume knob. This is what makes this quantum bit equivalent of a classical bit. And in a classical bit like on-off switch, you can actually operate each of the switch independently, right? But in a quantum, you can actually connect them, like, put a rubber band around this. You move one knob, the other one can be moved, and you can define how much it should move. So like this, you can cascade. So this means it's very easy to solve multi-dependent parameters in a very time-efficient manner, because in the classical switch, you have to on off the switch, everyone independently, unless you optimize or like run out of all the combinations. But in a quantum, it's not like that. Inherently, the quantum objects can interact. You can tune the interaction. You can define. That's how you do multi-parameters problems more efficiently with a quantum than in a classical. Well, classical programming, as you know, that you have to write a lot of codes. But in quantum programming, you need to think in terms of circuits, like how you make these qubits interact, or like these circuits make these connect the rubber band, so that you make a certain motion to one of the qubits, and that gets transmitted to another one, and this entanglement, like the parameters are entangled, is the native thing of a quantum, which is very difficult to represent classically. All right, so why it is important, as Arvind covered all the things of quantum technology. I'm going to focus on quantum computing. This is just the global quantum computing market, right? So this is estimated to be about 2 billion euros in 2027 or something. And this is one of the reasons that every country is making a huge bets to to jumpstart and create an ecosystem. It's not going to be a spike here and there, but an ecosystem is going to be much more sustained, because it's also strategic. You have to think about, like, you want to be in the lead, you want to sustain the lead, and you should get the technology before others, so that you can lock it for yourself. So that's why the world countries are very much interested. But now what's the problem? There is a huge talent gap. So there's a lot of opportunities. If we want to really make quantum computing useful, like what Arvind talked about, you need talent. And as we know, as I explained to you, it's fundamentally different from the way how an algorithm works in a classical computer and a quantum computer. So we need people to think about it. The greatest, most powerful computer is the human brain. The machine cannot replace that. So we can build a machine, but there should be a human brain to actually find how to use the machine, how to most efficiently find a method to do it. And there's a lot of job in terms of optimizing, in terms of maintaining. There's a lot of opening for quantum, and we don't have the talent. And as you see, that the gap is just growing, right? So that's one of the reasons that our vision really comes into democratization of quantum innovation. We want to build, like Arvind mentioned, we want to build small and medium-sized quantum ecosystems spread out, because there's nobody can say that innovation should come from this place or another place. As I was listening to Suresh Samandam's one of the interviews, he said, whenever you get angry, whenever you are disappointed, there is an idea for entrepreneurship, there is an idea for innovation. And that can happen everywhere, and we should have an ecosystem locally to nurture that. So because of that, the technology should be also deployable and multiplicatively possible. So that's where we work with this room temperature quantum computers, and this is most suited for creating these medium-sized or small-sized ecosystem in a diverse area. And we want to have cutting-edge hardware along with the software, as Arvind mentioned, and secure communications. We would be able to actually realize that in every nook and corner of India. We want to start in Tamil Nadu, right? Well, as it's told by all the speakers before, Ellarukkum Ellam has been a concept in Tamil Nadu for a long time. And this really falls in line with that. Well, with this, this is our room temperature XQ1 processors. It's a 4-qubit system. It's a nitrogen vacancy. These are electrons in diamonds. So diamond is an insulator. You put an electron there, it just stays. An electron is a quantum entity. You don't need to cool, you don't need to have any special treatments for it. The electron will always obey quantum principles. We bring more and more electrons nearby. They all interact like this volume knobs connected by rubber bands. And this is how we make the computation by controlling each one of them at room temperature using microwaves and laser. The whole thing is the size of about 85 centimeters, or 65 centimeters, 65 centimeter, 1.2 meter. It has 4 wheels. You can just move it around, and everything there is in the box, and you have a Python interface. You can just log in and use it from the cloud anywhere you want. Well, I mean, that's the right size now, XQ1, but we have plans and key methodologies to go beyond, and right now we estimate we should be able to go to at least 250,000, but nobody in the world knows what to do with 250,000 qubits or how one is going to even program, because when the size becomes larger and larger, one thing we can be sure that the machine will not work the way you want. So it is better to start small, a few qubits, which you can get your hands on, and then go to bigger machines. And basically that's our main motivation, to bring this out of the market, to train people, make innovation as a priority, before quantum really jumps in, right? All right, so I think I actually told most of this. So the challenges with most quantum computers is it can be expensive, it's stationary, it can occupy a whole room size, and it's also hard to scale up to larger and larger qubits, or how are you going to upgrade? And some of these things require very low temperature, like minus 272 point something. Some requires vacuum and complicated lasers and things like that. And also, when it's a very expensive, very intricate machine, you need much more skill to operate. You would be having a fear that you should not break, right? And it can take a lot of energy. In our case, it's really affordable, mobile, and robust. It's a solid state. You can move, you can kick, it will still work. And that's the level of robustness we need if we want to actually put it in some remote places, right? So we also think we can scale quickly, and it can calibrate. We have Wi-Fi LAN. You can work from anywhere you want. It's also low energy and cost. Well, this is our hope for Tamil Nadu Quantum Valley. We want to have a quantum innovation hub, a vibrant ecosystem of R&D, providing mentorship, funding, and resources for developing an economy and innovation. And this could be the value and the asset for the state. And also we want to develop quantum workforce so that the people who get trained here would be able to find jobs easily anywhere in the world. The expected outcome, we can only prognose that you can have a startup ecosystem, people with new ideas come, use quantum as one of their elements in their business model, use cases, and spin out. Obviously, this will have a technological leadership. When an innovation actually comes in, you put some devices, and youngsters with super good ideas come spend time, they innovate, and that cannot be duplicated or replicated in other places in the world, which means that the other countries would come here and ask for this asset. It takes time, but it needs people. Quantum is just a technology, but the people are the real asset behind it. And it could be a moment that things like this could seize and establish. A wealth of IP, intellectual property, could be generated. And also, let's have a global competitiveness to bring in the state. Well, actually, thank you. And we think that it's time for you to take the quantum leap. Thank you.
Thanks, Gopi. It's very nice to see computer hardware in quantum from somebody from making it. Sunil, it's you.
So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to take you a little bit closer to India and a little bit closer to the reality. In terms of all the good things that Arvind and Gopi are doing, they're trying to build, they're trying to change the world, right? Because today, there are two important things the world has a deficient about. The world needs compute and the world needs trust. They talked about compute, and I'm going to tell you how the computer is going to create a trust deficit that we are going to, in digital trust deficit that we are trying to address. So what we are trying to do is, as Arvind mentioned, right, when the quantum computers come, they will do a lot of good things, right? But one of the things that they're going to do is also to break the mathematics behind the current encryption, right? Current encryption, which protects everything that we do today, phone banking, communication, email, whatever you take. We are secure because there is some mathematics protects it. But quantum computer, besides doing many good things, they will also break encryption. So QNu Labs, when we set up in IIT Madras Research Park in 2016, the mission that we took was that we will not only build a quantum secure technology, but we believe that our job is not only to build technology, but how do we accelerate the deployment and adoption of it, right? And that is where I think our most of the time and energy goes, because even if you build technology and it's not adopted in the right time window, then the purpose is defeated, right? So as I'm just listening, as you know, Moore's law is dead. You can't pack more transistors in the given square inch of wafer, and that's the reason companies like NVIDIA is making, because there is a gap in supply and demand. Because of large generative AI, you need additional compute, which only GPUs are able to serve today. And that is where the quantum computers are going to fill the gap, right? Now, besides whatever they're doing, as I said, one bane for quantum computers, they will break encryption, right? So what is the solution today? We have been worried about for the last 2-3 decades, but what we have been doing is, we have been doing an ad hoc solutions where we're doubling the key size, right? In the last 20 years, the key size has gone up from 16-bit encryption key to now 2048 qubit and now 4096, right? We have been just doubling the key size, but every time we double the key size, what we do is we throw more hardware to decrypt it. A lot of applications stop working. And in fact, one of the clients that I was talking to, he said it took almost 9 months to migrate to a larger key, and his business stopped working, most of the applications stopped working, and he spent $5 million doing that. Imagine 85% of the world enterprises have to do this migration, right? Because they all will be the sitting duck when the cryptographic relevant quantum computers will be available, right? So I think that's a very big problem. Because of that, the National Institute of Standards and Technologies in the United States, they actually took this as a mission, right? So two things happened, right, in the world. In the last few years, the world saw the acceleration of vaccine development for health pandemic, right, COVID. We also saw the acceleration of new algorithms development by the NIST to protect against the cybersecurity pandemic, right? And that is where the NIST has, in the few months ago, they actually launched the new algorithms, right? That to and this is not just isolated one, right? If you look at the world over, whether it is Singapore, whether it is United States, South Korea, everywhere, or World Economic Forum, the top 5 risks that they have identified is a risk against the critical infrastructure, which is largely encryption problem. And when you look at the timeline that's given by NIST, we already see a red zone, right? Where 2026, when they're saying is, of course, aggressive view when the quantum computers will break the current encryption, right? We are already in that red zone. So there's we're talking about almost about 5 to 6 years when probably the strong enough or error-corrected quantum computer would be available, threatening the current encryption, right? And it's not only quantum computers, right? AI is also going to play the role, because encryption is not only a hard problem in terms of algorithm, it's also a randomness problem that we have to address, right? So what is the alternative you have, right? So alternative is that we have to get away from our current PKI, we call it public key cryptography, and you can actually use quantum physics, right, to fight against quantum computers, where you could build keys, encryption keys, using a principles of quantum physics, for example, superposition or entanglement. Now what happens is that these keys are generated as a private key, so you don't have a public key which get exposed, right? So it's a private key generated at the two ends of the network. Now the key requires two things, right? Like our passwords, the keys needs to be random, absolute random, not partial random or a pseudo random. And the second important part is the key needs to be hard to break. So this quantum tech allows you to do both the things. We harness the power of, as I said, electrons and the photons to make sure that, because they're inherently random, we use that to build a quantum random number generators. And when you use those numbers to seed the algorithms, and then you use seed the quantum algorithms, right? the post-quantum crypto algorithms, you actually get the perfect solution. So I think that's where the quantum physics and the two counter random number generator and quantum key distributions are largely deployed for critical infrastructure, right? And optical fibers, free space, and now even people are building a satellite-based quantum key distribution. Now, of course, these involve hardware. It is a little complex. It's had different type of challenges. And that is where, so this is normally used on private dedicated networks, like defense networks, campus networks, telecom networks, backhauls. But when you come to our internet, you can't put hardware, right? Boxes everywhere. So that is where the second alternative that comes up is called where you shun the existing mathematics, but you migrate to a more advanced mathematics, right? Which is largely a lattice code-based algorithms that are recommended by NIST. These algorithms are theoretically can be broken by quantum computers, but in cryptography, it's not about whether you can break it. It's also about how much time do you take to break it, right? So if you take about 10 years to break it, by the time you will change your keys many times, right? So that is not, that is still good enough, right? So these are two alternatives. So there are a lot of companies in the world who are using software-based approach to build the new type of encryption. And there's some other companies are doing quantum physics. I'm very happy to tell you that India is among the top 2 companies in the world to actually using both to build the hybrid tech. And today, this is our own hardware and our own PQC algorithms, of course, that we use NIST as well, where we have brought the power of 2 because the mathematics gives you a flexibility and a lower cost, and the hardware, quantum physics, gives you a more robust security. We have integrated that into a platform that we offer today to our Indian defense and in our Indian critical infrastructure. A lot of our digital platforms today, Indian digital platforms, are either deployed this or they're in the process of deploying it. I will talk about a couple of case studies later. So just to brief on QNu Labs, we set up in 2016, IIT Madras Research Park incubated. We're fully indigenous. It's a Make in India story, right, that we did. Right from the design to the manufacturing happens right here in Bangalore, right? It's rigorously tested, military grade, because our product has been tested by all our armed forces for the last multiple years. We are also, while we are headquartered, is a different thing we are trying to do than the other companies we have on the dais. Here we are an Indian company headquartered, but we are taking this technology out. Today we are exporting it to 4 countries, technology. And we have proven use cases across multiple industry verticals, almost 11 industry verticals where we are trying to provide this tech. Because we are build this technology from scratch, it's not only about indigenization, it's innovation as well. So we have about 7 patents granted to us with 3 patents in US. We have about 24 patents that are under patent pending. We are right now, as we speak, we are in the process of final steps of creating one of the largest QKD network in the world, right, for India. You imagine that. So today, in this quantum communication field, I'm very, very proud to tell you that we are at par with the world. If not little ahead of them, we are at par with everybody, Israel, US, and all the other places. Most of the countries have not still yet deployed large commercial systems. And today we are doing that with our drones. We are doing it with our telecom infrastructure. We're doing our defense infrastructure, right? And there are many more. And so these are a quick give you a glimpse of what we're building. On the left side is our quantum physics-based product, quantum random number generator and quantum key distribution. These 2 products are very, very unique. QRNG gives you 100 million random numbers per second. The random numbers that we create using this product never get created again in its lifetime. It's once it gets created, right? And these numbers are used to seed into algorithms, build tokens for the banks, and a number of applications we have. And this comes in different form factor. It comes also in a form of a random number chip that goes into IoT devices. And the QKD is normally used for key distribution in the network to distribute keys wherever you want. And it works on a terrestrial optical fiber network. The beauty of this box is that this has suppose 200 kilometer point to point, right? Practically in the field on the existing optical fibers. We don't have to use low loss optical fibers. This is being used by our armed forces today. And we can use the trusted nodes and we can take it to 1,000 kilometers. That's what we are planning to do for our national quantum mission in India. On the right side, we have built the world's first a SaaS platform, enterprise SaaS platform, where we are offering now quantum secure services. It could be a connect service, it could be a storage service, it could be a key generation service. So there are 6 or 7 services we are offering as a subscription to the clients. So this is the platform that we are offering to enterprises. Interesting part is the QKD and QRNG. India's first training lab was set up for armed forces in 2020, where more than 1,000 officers have been trained. We built a system to train people. Now we are giving a Q-Shield platform for enterprises. We are right now in Tamil Nadu, we are working with the 4 colleges who are trying to use this platform to train students. And what we have done is that this platform also offers you APIs for students to build applications, and you can actually publish those applications on our platform, right? So we want to use this platform to make it available to as many people as possible, and that is where we think that real propagation of this technology and adoption of this technology is going to happen. National Quantum Mission has a target to train 5,000 people, 5,000 resources to build in the country in the next few years, right? And that's what we are working with them to help build that. In terms of, this is very interesting, how do you build use cases, right? It's always a challenge. Always I'm asked this question that, what are the use cases, right? And this is a very important thing that we ask in our quantum computing world. Because commercialization is always a next big thing for us, right? And we believe that the use cases come at the convergence of certain, I would say, ideas that come up, right? So here we've taken 3 ideas, right? Our idea is that we should build the best keys. We should distribute the keys wherever you want in the network, right? It could be wireless network, it could be wireless networks. And then we should be able to securely manage the key. If you don't do that, then that becomes a vulnerable point. So we are trying to build absolutely end-to-end, right? And that is where, if you look at it, this 3, and the intersection of these key management or key generation or key distribution, we have several use cases that emerge. And right, and all the use cases I put today here are already a practical use cases where we have customers using it, right? So the 3 themes that we are running for India, and that's the leadership that we want India to take, and because we take pride in saying that we put India under the quantum map of the world, right? In terms of taking our technology out. So the 3 themes that we're doing, one is the end-to-end. What we mean is that we generate the keys and end-to-end, right? With the last mile from a mobile phone or a laptop right up to the data center, right? Is absolutely end-to-end quantum secure. There's no link which is not quantum enabled, right? So that's the first thing that we're doing. There's several technologies, long distance QKD, digital QKD, network controller, and a number of technologies that come up, right? So that's very important. The second one is quantum security anytime, anywhere, right? It should be available, not only the terrestrial fixed networks, it should be available on a free space, drones, UAV, satellites, so larger footprint, right? So idea here is any 2 points in the network, anywhere in the earth, we should be able to deliver those keys. Third one is very important is, we believe that quantum is right now is an afterthought, so it's an overlay networks, right? As we move forward, the quantum will become inside, right? The quantum will get miniaturized, it will get devices, IoT devices will need mobile phones, endpoints. So that is where we are doing our photonics integrated chips. We already have our prototype chips ready for QKD and QRNG, where it will get as a modules or a chip get inside the IoT devices, right? So that is where we see the next big thing that is happening. And this is what is there on the roadmap. And probably by end of 2025, we will have India's first photonics integrated chip-based satellite communication. So we are National Quantum Mission. You already know there's a very big thing, 7,000 crores earmarked by Indian government. We are one of the 8 companies and the only company in quantum communication that they're investing in now, right? And the idea is to build this world's first end-to-end quantum network, right? And we are building this test bed that we are putting it, where you see what happens is that we can take it from any city, right? We can take it any city within India, we can take it even across continents, right? I can connect an office of any enterprise in India to an office in Seattle using this technology. And then what we are doing is we're also providing a last mile free space QKD, and then the QHSM where we store all the keys that you generate. And all this network, right, wide area network can be managed as a software-defined network using ETSI compliant standards, right? So it is a standard interfaces that we use, and sitting at one place, you can manage the whole network, and you can define based on cost, based on a number of different parameters, what's the right, most cost-effective way to generate the keys and distribute the keys. So what we had done, and now, of course, how do you start the journey, right? A lot of people come and ask us, and so what we do is, we have a mechanism where we do an assessment. We tell enterprises, any enterprise can do this, that discover, right, where their crypto assets are, what are the crown jewels, and then we do a sort of a bill of material, crypto bill of material for them. And then we have a model where we take them to 3-step process of about how do you deploy that, right, technologies, and how do you integrate. The way we have done is that most of our implementations are not more than 2 weeks. The way we have done is that all the integration that our quantum tech that sits with the existing infrastructure is already pre-integrated, whether the routers, whether it is a key management systems, or identity access management, all those interfaces are already built. So we just bring our technology, integrate that, pre-integrated standard interfaces, and you're up and running, right? So that is what we do for our clients, help them do that. And then, of course, as I said, our mission is to accelerate. So we always have a roadmap for our customers saying that how do you accelerate your journey to get to the point where you need to be safe, right? So that's the way we're doing it. So I will just take a minute to talk about a case study. I don't have a slide here there. So what happens is that one of our customers who came to us is sort of a campus, right, for them. And they have a lot of students who access a very confidential, high-value information on the learning management system in their data center. Now, what used to happen, normal scenario was that these students, or sort of officers, would bring their laptops, go into a secure room, connect to a secure connections or ports, and they will only use the learning management system there, or they will even take tests there, right, if they have to take some tests to certify themselves. Now, basically what's happening is, the world over, we always compromise or do a trade-off in the favor of security against flexibility. People world over are challenging, how can I get a freedom or flexibility without compromising security? Or how do I get a best security without compromising flexibility? So what we are doing, in fact, is through the quantum tech, which is a very interesting thing, that quantum tech allows you to get absolute freedom and flexibility. You can get the best security over wireless networks, Wi-Fi networks, terrestrial, LAN, any network that you want. You can actually deploy this tech, quantum safe encryption, and you are secure, right? So this customer, what we gave them an option, they came to us and said, hey, we want our officers to not to come to this room, because now the new generation officers who are coming in, they want to use their devices from their convenience, right? So we went ahead and built two things we did. First thing, that the devices that were there, we integrated our random number generator software into that devices. And then we built a client software on the device side, which allows them to build a safe, quantum safe tunnels or VPN to the data centers. So that you are always, whether you are sitting at home, you're sitting on a coffee table or under a tree, you can actually create a quantum secure tunnels, a communication to your data center. And only those devices were authenticated using a quantum safe algorithm. Now, NIST has announced authentication using dilithium algorithms. So we use those to make sure that the authentication is also quantum safe, and also the communication tunnels that you're doing is also quantum safe. Through that, we enabled 400 officers to use the learning management system, from anywhere in the campus. And I think that immediately fueled so many new requirements, because what we broke the mental barrier was that you can actually get a security by being flexible, right? Otherwise, nobody wanted to use the Wi-Fi networks, right? So that's what the interesting use case so there's the power of quantum tech, right? Because it gives you that uncompromised security. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sunil, and thank you all the speakers. I think we'll probably take a couple of questions from the audience? Yeah. Yeah. You want to use this?
Yes, please take one mic.
Hi, this question is for Mr. Arvind. So you spoke about a couple of things that were really interesting. One was the elimination of drift, sensor drift. So that's a problem that I'm actually working in a deep tech startup and we are dealing with that issue. And the other thing you talked about was the quantum error, the error that you have to optimize for. So would it make sense for you to eliminate drift while still having those errors to deal with? And also in doing that, in solving that problem, what kind of challenges would you have in terms of size and cost?
In the quantum sensing perspective, or what? Yeah. Okay. So, is this clear? Yeah. Good. Yeah. So, in the context of quantum sensing, if you look at classical magnetometers, gravimeters, accelerometers, as you know very well, they drift over time. There are certain techniques that are both machine learning informed as well as physics informed, with which you can suppress the noise and essentially denoise the whole thing. And so what we do is use dynamic control to make these robust to platform noise. Platform noise is defined. Look, okay, I know I'm getting a little technical, but it's very amazing. So imagine a 30 floor building. You have a single atom that you're trapped on the 30th floor of a building. If you operate the lift or the elevator from first floor to second floor, there is enough magnetic current in the rails of the lift to disrupt the atom on the 30th floor. That is how sensitive these things are, right? So what we've done is develop the software-based noise suppression techniques to stabilize these atoms, and essentially in doing so increase the fidelity. And so what you have to do is really a combination of error suppression as well as platform noise reduction. So it's really a combination of both.
Yeah.
Mic.
Yeah.
Can you take this offline with
I'm happy
Arvind?
to see you.
Yeah, because it's anybody else?
I have one question.
Yeah.
So this is for Mr. Gopi, Dr. Gopi. So yesterday, NVIDIA CEO said that quantum computing will see useful applications in 20 years, not any time earlier. So what do you think? What is your view on that?
That really gives us an opportunity to be innovative and tell that he is wrong, right?
Right. Okay.
So that would be my answer.
Sir, just continuing with that,
I think just to give add, there are people who are trying to. There are a lot of unsolved problems. These are called NP hard problems. Like for example, today in the US, there are a lot of flights in the air. There is no algorithm to track all the flights to safely land at any point in time. So when the flight nearest the airport, then only they can actually do the computation and then land the flights. There is literally no technology available or computing or algorithm available to solve that. There are a lot of problems like that. I think quantum can solve that.
sir, all the three of you spoke about creating the ecosystem. How do we partner as one? And then in terms of the ecosystem, you were talking about your system, right? How cost effective it is. Let's assume I'm thinking about a tier 3 place like Tirunelveli, right? I am an alumnus of a government college of engineering. If I have to propose something to my alumnus body, what would be the kind of cost involved for it?
It's a very interesting question. I mean, that's basically our motive, right? Basically, innovation has no bounds. Nobody can define the innovation can come from this place or the other place, right? Yeah. So this is the responsibility of the government, policymakers, to ensure that this is a resource. This is the future. You have a lot of human power, mind to actually make innovation, and then this basically has to be subsidized, let's put it this way, because this is taking the future into account. You cannot put a price tag for future, and absolutely. It falls well with the $1 trillion economy plan. So we are pitching to the right person.
No, actually, we might have to create a quantum, like IT policy. We might have to create a quantum policy for the state, which also enables to set up. I don't think we have one. We might have to create something like that. Maybe we'll have to propose it to the government. Government of India has said it's very great to see Sunil actually championing the India flag globally and setting up the India company and Made in India. I think full round of applause for Sunil and his company.
Yeah, we'll love to partner. That's what. Yeah. Maybe I'll take a minute to just share one thing. So when the whole world was talking about AI taking over and jobs being lost, this session particularly gave me lots of hope because now I can actually talk to students that what is their next career opportunity, right? So thanks a lot. This is wonderful. Yeah.
Okay, I think we'll be done. Okay, I think we'll be available here. We are run out of time, guys. I think we're like 10 minutes overshot the time.
Yes.
We'll be here. So if you want to have questions, all the speakers will be here. If you want any questions on quantum, ask them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, our panelists. We request you to stay back, sir. Request you to please stay back. And thank you to our audience for the engaging questions. And should you have any other questions, you can take it offline with our speakers. And can I have a huge round of applause for our panelists for the enlightening discussion we just had? And I must say, quantum computing truly is a field that has a promising future. Yes. So now we move on with the proceedings. I'd like to invite Mrs. Tina, District Revenue Officer, Government of Tamil Nadu. Madam, please join us on the stage. We would like to honor our panelists over here, and Mrs. Tina will be presenting the memento to our panelists. And while we are presenting the memento, should you have any other questions? If that has not come to your mind till now, and later if it comes also, no worries. That's perfectly fine. Please take it offline, and our speakers are available here. So please ensure that you use this opportunity to clarify, network. And now, thank you, Mrs. Tina. Thank you so much. And once again, thank you to our panelists. Pleasure hearing from all of you. And ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a short 10-minute break until we meet back for the next session. Please feel free to grab a coffee and connect with the other folks present over here. We will reconvene shortly in another 10 minutes for the next session. Thank you. Requesting the ones who are seated at the back to please come forward and occupy the chairs in the front. And the ones who are standing, requesting you to please align yourselves.
I repeat, ladies and gentlemen, the ones who are seated at the back, requesting you to please come forward and occupy the chairs in the front. Also, as a hygiene practice, requesting you all to please put your mobile phones in silent or in flight mode if possible, so we do not have any interruptions during the session. Well, welcome back everyone. We just wrapped up an interesting session on quantum computing, and our next session focuses on a crucial topic, which is building skilled talent supply and awareness for creative industries and jobs. This discussion will delve into the importance of nurturing talent and building awareness to support the growth of creative industries and a key driver of innovation and economic growth. For this topic, we have a distinguished panel of experts. Firstly, I'd like to invite our speaker and moderator, Ms. Pavitra Sridhar, an independent game design consultant who's been a design leader with 11 years of experience, and she also specializes in creating immersive and purpose-driven experiences that bridge entertainment, education, and social impact. Her career spans a diverse portfolio of impactful projects, from award-winning games to innovative educational tools, driven by a firm belief in the transformative power of play to inspire learning. So please put your hands together as we invite Ms. Pavitra Sridhar onto the stage. Can I have a big round of applause, please? Welcome, ma'am. Please join us. And nextly, I'd like to invite Mr. Manvendra Shukul, CEO and founder of Lakshya Digital and country head for Keywords India. Mr. Manvendra, a pioneer in India's gaming industry, is the founder, as I said already, of Lakshya Digital, which is India's largest game art and animation studio, and is also among the top 5 globally. As country head for Keyword Studios India, he oversees operations across art, QA, and game development. A co-founder of IGDC and GDAI, he actively shapes gaming education and policy through government and industry councils. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Manvendra Shukul. Welcome, sir. Happy to have you with us. Please have a seat. And please sit. Joining us next is Mr. Jeno Manikam, founder of Hybro Interactive, who's into making heavy vehicle simulation games for the last decade, with total downloads of 100 million in both Play Store and App Store. He's also co-founder and CTO at Medicine VR, transforming medical training with cutting-edge VR technology. With over a decade in game development, AI, and industrial design, his expertise spans global VR and AR deployments in retail, healthcare, and education. As a VR consultant to the Tamil Nadu government, he advises on integrating VR into public services as well. Please put your hands together for Mr. Jeno Manikam. Nextly joining us on the stage is Mr. Joshua Jebadurai, co-founder and CTO of JIT Inc. Studios. He's a seasoned game developer with 15 plus years of industry experience, an SSN engineering alumnus and Vancouver Film School graduate. He has contributed to hit titles like Cows vs. Aliens and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Formerly CTO of Hammer Play Studios, he excels in innovation across platforms like HTML5, iOS, Android, and PC. Please put your hands together for Mr. Joshua Jebadurai. Please join us, sir. And last but not least, Mr. Harish Chengaya, founder and CEO of Outlier Games. Mr. Harish's experience in the game industry spans almost a decade. He manages a game company where he and his team are building a console, a PC, titles based on original IPs for global audience. Outside of game development, Harish spearheads policy advocacy for the Indian video games industry and has rallied 80+ game companies across India for multiple representations at central and state level. Please put your hands together for Mr. Harish Chengaya. Thank you all of you for joining us today, and let's give a warm welcome to all of them with a huge round of applause. And over to you for the insights. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the introduction. Now that the introductions are given and we already know what we are going to talk about, let's directly start with the questions. Yeah? Okay, so my first question, it's an open-ended question where we are going to delve into the common myths about gaming. Games in general, because I myself have personally experienced a lot of people asking me, oh, you're in games, is that a job? Oh, you play games and you get paid for that. So I just wanted the panelists to talk about their experiences of, like, almost all of them, they've been here for more than a decade. And what has been their experience facing these myths and how do we challenge them?
Good afternoon all. So glad to be here on the stage. To answer the question, the biggest myth is if you know how to play games, you can make games. I think that's the one we get all the time, especially when people graduate or before they graduate. So I'll keep it short.
100% agree.
Manvendra might expand on this, I think, but let me just start. It's anecdotal example. There was a 6-year-old kid. She was asking me, uncle, I'm 28, but she calls me uncle. So she's like, do you make games? And I'm like, yeah, what game? Is it Rummy? I'm like, a 6-year-old kid knows about Rummy, what's happening? So there's this interesting dichotomy, right? There are, as you say, myth. So there is a perception that what is a game? Like, is it entertainment or is it like something else like Rummy or poker? So even kids have like a unclear understanding of what it is, right? So that's one of the myth that from a perception angle that we are trying to fix. Video games are pure play entertainment products like movies and web series, comics, and so on and so forth. So that's one myth, I suppose.
Yeah, that is a distinguishing, like we are trying to clearly distinguish those types of games where there are video games and there are real money games, and how they are different and what we do is different.
So, to my mind, there are two things which, one I'll add to what he just said. When anybody, and this is I wouldn't say a myth, but it's also a perception that is prevalent in general public, which is parents and all, and also more importantly and less and more negatively within the government circles. That games means RMG, which is real money gaming, which is where you are trying to earn money and it's cash in, cash out type of things. That's a perception and myth, which is, it's a myth because people think that's all what it is. It is cash in, cash out. You pay something, you're playing rummy or you're playing poker or whatever, and you have a possibility of earning lots of money out of that, which definitely it's not. So these are two very different things. You have video games, which is what we do, all of us in this industry, which is create content, and that content is for entertainment purposes only. And then you have business models which use those games for their own business needs and whatever the case is, where you have cash in going in and then you have cash out, which is money being earned. So that is one myth. And second, which I've just finished 30 years in this gaming space. So and obviously 30 years back, gaming didn't exist. So that's where this myth started from, that video games is something which is so easy and is hardly a career. It's something you just play and that's the end of it. And if you're playing game, you're wasting your time. And without realizing that video games as a career option is one of the best things that can happen to you. Simply because video games is not just one thing. I would say it is one of the very few industries which is a combination of multiple skill sets which are required. As diverse as concept art, going right till technology, which is game engineering. So I can't really think of too many industries where you have skills required in 2D, concept art, 3D, animation, game design, engineering, testing. How many skills do you want to represent one industry? And how many industries can say that we have so many skill sets within our industry? So that's the biggest myth. I think the biggest one, because people don't realize that video games is more than just playing games. It is a lot of hard work which goes behind it, which is now slowly people are getting to know about it. When there's so much of happening around us, everybody is realizing that yes, games is something which is serious. So making games is very serious business. That's one thing which people are now realizing.
So I completely agree with him. That's exactly what I wanted to tell. So the first misconception or stigma against it is that game developers play games all the time. So this is exactly what we get. I haven't played games for 4 years now, even though I make them every day. So like I said, this game industry is one of those few industries where you have multiple disciplines of skill set that sort of like collaborate in one place, where I can say art, design, and programming. So it's funny that certain things that games have been doing for a very long time suddenly gets attention, like AI or machine learning, stuff like this, right? We've been doing this for a very long time. AI was there in games for a very long time. So all of those machine learning, state trees, state machines, finite state machines, all of this were already implemented inside a game engine long back. So like you said, making games is serious business. So if you have worked in a multiplayer game or anything like that, then you would have automatically have knowledge over DevOps or how to host a backend server. So all of these disciplines already are integrated and part of game industry for a very long time. But we always get the bad deal of saying that, oh, these guys only play games. So yeah, that's the number one misconception that I fail on a daily basis.
Yeah, that's true. That's very much true, where the industry is a collaboration of multiple skill sets, but still we've been portrayed as an industry which just, you play game and that's your business. It is a very desired type of employee, like work to do, but in terms of work, it's different. Games are fun to,
If it was only playing games and just
chilling. Yes, if it was only playing games. Games are very fun to play, but making that takes a lot more than that. My next question is for Mr. Manvendra. So for ages, we have been facing this thing of there being a disconnect between education and the industry. Right? We have always wanted in terms of people from the industry, they always want the new joinees or the freshers to understand, to come into the industry knowing what it is. And the colleges, what they teach and what the industry expects are like two different things. So how can colleges upgrade their curriculum to add more practical knowledge of what the industry is, rather than students coming into the companies and learning what it is? So how can colleges upgrade their curriculum to incorporate those practical learnings?
I think the most important aspect to this problem that we face today is the fact that video games is an industry which changes or is so dynamic that it changes all the time. Unlike the things which are taught in colleges and schools and universities, those are things which just exist, right? They don't change very often, things that you learn there. And that's one of the reasons why we fail at a college level to do anything significant or anything relevant for the video game industry, because video game industry is changing all the time, right? So which means that whatever you're learning at the college level is something that needs to change with the change in the industry. And because that is not happening, colleges are not able to do justice to what is required. Now, the question is what? First and the most important, make curriculums in collaboration with the industry people. Don't feel that, okay, because I am an educationist, I know everything. Video games is a very specific and I would say structured environment where you will need to do things in a certain way, and what you're doing today, 6 months from now, will need to change. So it's not just a question of making curriculum with the industry, constantly evolving that. Maybe every year you need to take a relook at it so that what is happening is actually relevant and making sense. That's number one. Number two, the faculty, people who deliver that curriculum, they are the ones who have to be trained, again, by the industry. When I say industry, the reason for that is that they have to meet the expectations of what the industry needs. We are not building foundations. Foundations are built at a school level. When you're passing out from college, you are expected, at least by the industry, to know what needs to be done when you step into my organization. Otherwise, what happens today is that I learn something, and then when I join, first of all, I don't get to join anywhere. Because everybody is expecting something which I have not learned. Right? I will not get a job. If I get a job, I will be spending another 1-2 years trying to learn something first and then become productive for the organization. And that's something not too many people in a commercial or business organization want. You have to create an environment where you are creating production-ready people. That is the disconnect between the industry and the academia. And so we need to have a very, I would say, structured framework for a train-the-trainer program. We need to work more on that, and then we need to make sure that the curriculum which is created in collaboration with the industry, and make sure these two things meet. The trainers which you train have to be trained on not just what they need to be to do as industry experts, but they also have to be industry experts who are then delivering the content made by industry experts. And then second, and the most important thing where the institutions go wrong, game production or game development is just not one skill. You have to be specific. What within game development are you teaching? I'm teaching game development. Okay, are you teaching art? You're teaching art, animation, or you teaching design? Are you teaching engineering, game engineering? What are you teaching? What are you preparing for? That distinction has to come out. You cannot just say we are going to do game development and teach everything, because everybody is not made for everything. So we have to be specific in terms of what is it this course is going to do, and make sure the people who come for that course want to do that, are enabled to do that. I think that if we manage these 2-3 things, we will see much better results in what comes out of an education system as far as video games is concerned.
Yeah, that's very true, because by the time they come, they unlearn and then learn the new technologies, and all that is taking more time. So the point of hiring changes.
I think that's the reason where the institutions which are coming up. So sometimes we forget the fact that we are just discussing today, there have to be short-term, mid-term and long-term goals for education and skilling. So short-term, mid-term is skilling and long-term is education. So short-term is where we have to make sure we are looking at the existing talent which is there and upskilling them so that they are able to come into the video game industry. Because they already are talented. It's just that they don't have a direction or a support of what is it that the video game industry requires from you as a talent for this industry. Second is your midterm. Midterm is where your universities and colleges come in, where you are preparing them for the midterm and the long term. Third long term is you're at a school level. At a school level, what is it that we need to do so that you're preparing a much larger pool of talent for the future? So everything that we do in the education space has to link to or follow these three specific requirements that the industry will have.
Following up on that school level thing, so now we see that this is for Harish. Harish, I know that you've been collaborating with educational institutions and setting up the policy and all that. So this question is for you, where now we see that games and gamification as a medium to teach in schools or games for education is becoming a big thing. There are a lot of schools which are incorporating gamified learning into their structure, right? So how does that, in your opinion, how does that happen in schools, and what is your advice, or when you collaborate with these schools, what is your advice which you give them to set up that curriculum so that the foundations for creativity are set strong?
Okay, before that, I'll just add one more point to what Manvendra spoke of from higher education, and then I'll set the context and I'll come to school education. So one more thing that I've been a big proponent whenever I spoke in policy circles is, at least for creative industries, which video game development belongs to, is try to get the syllabus from theoretical learning, written examination and Viva, and more towards project-based learning and assessments. That is what NID does. That's what NIFT does, right? Because can you go to someone and say, oh, you want to become a cinematographer, here is an examination, write it. It's not that. That's not how you teach them, that's not how you skill them, that's not how you evaluate them. So creative industries, whether it's animation, VFX or games, it really needs that NID, NIFT model of education. The written examination in Viva does not really prepare us.
Yeah, education through projects.
Project-based learning. All your semesters, it's all tied to project assessments. And final year project should ideally be a group project, which is not something NID and NIFT does, but I think in overseas they do group projects, if I'm not wrong. The idea is it simulates your working conditions once you graduate. You get to learn what it takes for you to work as a team, set your ego apart, work as a team, and get that kind of a team learning exercise, right? So that's on the higher education. But now coming to school education, I think first is introducing these concepts at a school level, right? At national education policy, something is coming. In state level, we have our own state education policy and all of that coming, right? So first is, when you think about it, in many schools, when you have to make a distinction between what to take in 11th grade, commerce or science, most of the time you don't even know the subjects in commerce, right? Now, okay, there is some economics and everything in 10th grade and 9th grade, but largely you don't have that much of an understanding of what commerce is so that you could take an informed decision, right? So likewise, if someone has to prepare themselves for creative industry, let's say, or let alone deciding whether they want to be a part of the creative industry, let's go even a step back. A lot of times, people have these creative abilities and talents inside them, just that it never surfaces because they have never explored it, right? How do we get to explore? Introduce them right from primary education, right? And it doesn't have to be technical, it has to be very broad, like your sense of aesthetics, and your point of view and your perception is something very unique to you. So how can we develop that sense of thinking, right? Design thinking, a sense of creativity. So can you foster those, I wouldn't call it soft skills, but kind of like support element skills, right? Your sense of creativity, design thinking, perspective, aesthetics. Start from there so that Creative industry thrives on that, right? What is your perspective? What is your POV? You get that first in primary education and secondary education. And then probably once you move to 7th grade, 8th grade or 9th grade, then you start introducing, okay, so these are some foundational aspects of game development. These roles are there. This is what they do. Maybe there is some industry visit. Maybe there is seminar. So there are the exposure elements that come a bit down the line, like maybe 8th grade or something like that. But before that, you let them, because it's very important. A cognitive development, it probably from age 6 to 12. That's where a lot of cognitive development happens, right? So at that moment, kids are naturally quite creative, right? We see them doing many creative things like drawing and painting and whatnot. So if we can get at that level and give that additional boost to their creativity, then it sets the stage, right? Like if I have to draw a parallel to chess, the reason why Tamil Nadu is the way it is when it comes to chess, not just in India, but in global, we start very young. Russian, I think it's called Tal Institute. The Russian, in collaboration with Russia, they set a chess institute over here in Chennai. So that was a tipping point, a turning, right? That's what resulted in such qualitative, transformational talent coming from Tamil Nadu and Chennai for chess. They start young. Our current world chess champion, he started like what, 8 years? Something, right? So 8 years or something. So you start young. That's what we see in China. Like all these Olympiad winners, or you are essentially competing with people who started very young. That's where you get the transformational talent. They take your industry 0 to 1. So we need to start young, and for that, I think at primary we set up the support, perspective building, creativity building and all that, and then get a bit more foundation learning. And then more technical, they can take it up in college. Yeah.
Yeah, start young is like a very valid point, because that has already been proven in other industries. So
I think it may need some close coordination though, between very different departments like higher education department, school education department, and then IT being the department where AVGC policy is being prepared. So multi-departmental approach needs to be taken, and they all need to be in the same mind. Yeah.
So there is a continuity in the education for the younger generation. Correct. So continuing with that on education, the next I want to ask Josh. Josh, I know you are like extremely involved in game jams and encouraging younger talent to put their games on the stage for everyone to see. So are there, like, I know game jam is a very established model to encourage younger generation and creative minds, right? So are there any other established models which is being followed across the world which you think can be incorporated here in Tamil Nadu?
So for the people who didn't understand Game Jam, it's basically like a hackathon. That means you practically get 48 hours to work with professionals from different skill sets, and you just work night and day for 48 hours to build some project. So these are basically game jams. So we conduct this sort of workshops or competitions with various institutes and universities. So we also conducted in IIT, we conducted in Satyabama, SRM, ICAT, MAC, and we also conduct them globally. So these are great because it sort of gets people interested, gets students interested, saying that there's another whole new layers to upgrade your skill set and build education software or a game software or entertainment software. So the disciplines that you learn from basically a game jam or a hackathon, if you guys have done hackathon before in one of your universities or something like that, you know that you can learn higher concepts way faster doing projects. So on upgrading on top of that, right, it would be wonderful to have internships from institutes right when they are in the final year of college, so that they can collaborate with the industry professionals on their live projects as well. So this is not something that only applies to games, it also applies to every IT companies that you guys work for. So by the final year, they want some sort of internship done inside a software company so that you get hands-on on a live project that it's on production. That's one thing other than workshops. But for as far as the institutes are concerned, the universities are concerned, educating them basically that this thing can be done. There are studios, there are software companies that can do games, and you can have internship programs, incubator programs that can also run with it. I think that will go a long way on actually educating the institutes, parents, and the students that we do exist here. There's a creative medium of industry that goes across just one sort of skill set that can go beyond art, design, and programming. It pushes the boundaries of what can be technologically can be done. So I think that's the evangelism that we are trying to do right now. Saying that games and entertainment software as such is constantly pushing all the boundaries. VR, AR was already there. Story time. So basically, 3 years ago, I know that cryptocurrency was a huge thing and Web3 was a huge thing. And did you guys know the #1 demand for crypto and Web3 was game development, surprisingly. So all of a sudden, we were reached out by so many investors and so many software companies saying that we are starting a game division right away. Can you come and train us? Or is there a talent requirement right away? And we were just overwhelmed during that time. So I'm just saying that we were around for a very long time, pushing technology boundaries for a very long time. So I think that part needs to be educated by the institutes as such. So that's what we're trying to do, and that's what we're trying to evangelize right now.
Yeah, also games is a very active medium of entertainment, right? It's not just a passive medium, it's an active medium of entertainment, and maybe that is also one thing the colleges or schools adapt, where they actively get the students to do the projects rather than just learning the curriculum or subject. So when they actively involve in development, that's when they learn more. Right. So next is for Geno. Geno, what I want like you to share your experience on, you have built Indian train simulator for India to begin with. So how was that experience of building it from India for Indian audience and then scaling it across the globe? And what were your learnings there? And how did that scale work?
Okay, I'll take this as two questions. One is building games from India, and the other one is building games for India. So we'll start with from India. I think that is where all the key points mentioned by my co-panelists come in, where skill is where we need to look at to build great games. I think the step one is awareness. Being aware of what are the roles required or skills required to make a proper game or a AAA title. And knowing how big the market is, that itself is awareness. For example, the video games market itself is $200 billion across the globe, split between mobile, PC, and console in 150-50. So that itself gives a much bigger picture for an aspiring student to think, okay, I can have a proper career here. Second is knowing, like Josh mentioned, this is a very, very highly technical field where creativity also comes in. So there are a lot of boundaries the gaming industry has breached, like AI. 20 years we have been having AI in the games industry. And development of GPUs. Today, NVIDIA is the largest tech company in the world. Apple as well, yeah.
So they're bigger than Apple, right?
They're bigger than Apple today, yes, yes. Yeah. And yesterday they announced their latest graphic cards. And that, again, the very reason NVIDIA is there and the AI is able to do what it is able to do today is because of the GPUs, which gaming industry pushed forward. In fact, all the engineers working in NVIDIA will be game engineers. In fact, I did my master's in the UK. I did game engineering. And I was actually recruited for NVIDIA, but then I chose to come back here. So the trajectory of the way this industry pushes all other things in the computer science industry is impeccable. Even look at servers. Amazon, we know cloud servers, high-speed servers, jet servers. It all started from multiplayer gaming. That was the biggest high-demand server we always required. So the perception of how students or academic institutions look at gaming should be, this is the place where it pushes the boundaries. it's like how we look at Formula One for automobile. That's what we are actually. That's how I see myself at least. And it gave birth to so many industries like blockchain, Web3, AR, VR, which I'm a part of again. Fundamentally, I can tell you guys, I can interchange people working in both the companies, and it will work seamlessly. In fact, gaming industry requires more meticulous talent than AR, VR industry. Coming from a person who runs a funded healthcare VR company. So games is much tougher, but it's a much more rewarding industry as well in terms of what efficiency we can bring to the table. Now, coming back to making from India specifically, I think TN specifically is a great hub to make games. It has a huge potential. Reason being, we have a lot of engineering colleges here, and we have a lot of graduates. And
either engineers or doctors.
Yeah, engineers or doctors.
And you tap into both the markets.
So what we do, or what we have been doing for the past 10 years is, whenever someone comes into our office, as freshers mostly, we give them a 2-month training program within our office. We teach them all the basics of what game design means. In fact, there is this fun fact. First time whenever someone joins our office, we ask one question. Do you know what is a game design? What is a game art? I am telling you 90% of the time they are wrong. They mix game design and game art. We teach them all that, like glossary, right? You know, this is game design, this is game art, this is game production. And data analytics, that's super important in games. I think the gaming companies do more data, looking more time putting in looking at data than Swiggy and Zomato, because we have so many data points to look at. We teach them, these are all very important. And then we try to see where each person will fit. And then we train them according to that, in that direction. So this is how we are doing it right now. But like all the co-panelists said, if we could have institutes collaborate at that level, this would be much easier. The success rates will be much higher, and the productivity will be from day one, we get them on board. That would be utopia for all of us who are, running games company in any shape or form. Next is games for India. I think India is uniquely a market which is still growing, at least in the mobile games market, and is projected to grow till 2030. And people are still buying more the number of smartphone subscriptions are still increasing in India. And recently there are cases where Indian gamers are willing to pay to play. And we have HitWicket, a company, Indian company, which has proved that we can make premium games for India. And we have been advocating it for a while, and we have been so invested in it for a while. So we have 2 titles, one a train simulator and a truck simulator, made specifically for India. So this, for me and my founders, came through as, always all games, they say we are happening in New York, we are happening in Las Vegas, Los Angeles, GTAs always happen in the US, why not in India? So that is how we started it. Okay, we started small though, we didn't make a GTA, because it's almost impossible to do. So we started with the train simulator, and now we have a truck simulator. But what we also realize is it's still a nascent market. We can't look at it as our primary market, So we need to pivot to other much more mature markets where gaming is super accepted as a medium of entertainment, and pay-to-play is much more frequent. So we look at India as one of the will be for sure one of the primary key markets for the Indian gaming industry, for the global gaming industry by 2030. That is for sure.
Yeah, that's very true, and that's also a very important thing which we always do. Workshops. Whenever we do workshops in like schools or like colleges, the first thing we start with is roles in a game industry. The first slide which always comes in the presentation is what are all the roles in the game industry. First, let's try to understand what all are the roles which are there, and then try to educate them about what every role or that person does, and how can you upskill yourself in that specific area. Because it's not a very generic place to put all your attention into. So moving from that, the next few questions I have for all, like everyone on the stage. The first one being, we had already discussed enough about this, but I think we have to give more focus into the collaborations between colleges and gaming companies. So rather than the students going and doing an internship in a company, what is your opinion on a active collaboration between companies and educational institutions? What's the take on that?
Okay, I'll start. So 22-23, what we did was we partnered with an organization called ARK. So what they do is they go and upskill engineering students across India. And they came to us asking, can you train students to be game developers or game designers? Of course, we only taught development in our thing. So we went to 7-8 odd colleges. We did 3-day workshops. And we trained their faculty as well. I think that was the most interesting part. Trainers program is very, very important. That is what we understood in those 7-8 colleges across India, is the moment we were able to open up the minds of the faculty, the students were much more comfortable and happier to do it. I think that will be a starting step. And on top of it, I think the awareness part, again, I'm focusing on that. If that is given at that point, I think faculties and academic institutions can figure out, okay, these are the things which are required. For example, if you look at India, we lack certain talents largely. For example, finding developers and artists is relatively easy, whereas finding a game designer or a game producer, it's near impossible. Which means if we give them this data, this is what we really need, and they can also work on their placements and say, okay, if we focus on these areas, definitely there are takers. I think that is the way we can look at it.
So Indian education system has a different kind of a problem, right? When you go to the Western countries, they don't have this concept of placement, which means they can innovate on courses. Because the college is not bound to place their students. They can be much more flexible and nimble with how they keep upgrading their courses, right? But with India, that's the opposite. So it's a chicken and egg problem. Like you have a new nascent industry, and their question is, what if we cannot place students, right? So that's a real problem that institutions face. So that's where a lot of industry, academia collaborations may be needed. Like for example, there were deliberations that what if we come in and set few things for your college, like in terms of curriculum, in terms of maybe you have a lab there, we can like maybe operationalize that lab, and we will also give some internship opportunities for your students. So there are some models. Every college and industry partner kind of like have different models in play. But in India, that's one inherent kind of a challenge, wherein because the placement concept is there, how do we, like for game design, right? Like for example, traditionally speaking, in any game studio, the demand for artists and programmers are higher, right? Because if you look at a big company, let's say even 200 people gaming company, the design team in such a company might not be more than 10, 15 people at max. But programmers maybe like 20, 30, artists will be even higher. So the degree of demand to which that particular some areas, like for example, the producers, they need even lesser than designers. So when placements demand is that much lesser, how do we get to incentivize these roles? So that's something that perhaps Manvendra might have some answers, because he has been dealing a lot with this. He has been working with ICT Academy. He's been doing a lot of great things through his company. So I don't have a specific answer, but this is something that was always going in the back of my mind. Like, how do we fix this?
How do we fix that gap between the requirement of talent?
So that's very easy. But for that, we, I think, need to change the whole framework of how we perceive education at a graduation level. When we are talking about video games as an industry, which means all skills across the industry, every year of education in a college has to be a combination of what you learn and what you practice, which means internships. The only way you can change the way you change your mindset towards education is where when you are doing, let's say, 8 months, you study something. Now that has to be practiced. And that can happen only if your last quarter or last few months of your that year are spent as interns in a institution, in a company, in a production company, because that is where the actual learning will happen. In video games, irrespective of what skill you are part of, you will learn more by doing hands-on than what you learn by books. So, to bridge that gap, we will have to change the structure so that we don't have 3 years or 4 years of just getting educated. Every year we spend 6 months learning and 3 months or 4 months just working with what we have learned. So we need, so like you said, placement is always a big thing, like you just mentioned, Harish. But we have changed the placement to somebody who's managing internships, because that has to be part of your education system. It cannot be just at the end of 4 years, 3 years, you have to place somebody somewhere. No. That will automatically happen. Trust me, the concept of placement will go away.
Yeah, when you build good quality people.
If you build a structure where you have people who are responsible for providing you internships at the end of every year. So they work, collaborate with the industry. They make sure that their students, at the end of their first year, let's say last 3 months, they have already identified this skill will be fit where in the industry. They provide them 3 years of internships there. So by the end of year 3 or year 4, whatever the case might be, you're already prepared with what the industry needs, what the industry wants. You don't have to go and start learning all over again. So I think this is something, this collaboration between industry and the academia and the colleges and universities is something which is going to be a game changer that's why I think it's not going to be easy, because our education system, like Harish said, is structured in a very rigid way. We have to break that framework. We have to break that structure, because gaming is something which is more dynamic in its nature. So the way we impart education or training in that also has to be dynamic. Otherwise, we'll just be doing the same thing which we are doing as a rat in the past 100 years, and the result will be the same in video game space. At the end of 3-4 years, you're still figuring out, okay, now what do I do?
So, I think the fundamental problem right now is universities and institutes have this necessity that they need to place somebody in the industry. That's it. So what ends up happening is they convince the students or convince the faculty that if you do A and B and C, the D is your job, right? So that becomes sort of a dogma effect where people assume, mostly the students assume that since they've written on something on paper, they assume that they know it. So I had a hard time convincing, whenever I'm like training a talent, it's harder to convince an engineering graduate saying that you do not know programming, you need to really scale up, is far more difficult than like teaching a mechanical engineering background. Because that guy has a blue sky brain set, like teach me, I'm ready to learn. Whereas computer science students, when they actually pass out, they know that I got a marks in C++, Java, and this one, and I got an 80% or 90%, I know this programming. So whenever you give them a project right away, they seem to like get more blocked by it, because this is an assumption that college teaches you that you know it because you got this X amount of mark, and that's what parents want to see, and that's what they convince the parents to say that, okay, this is the mark, and if you get this amount of mark, you will get a placement in this one. And when you're having software companies that hire in bulk, they usually train you within a year, and they probably filter you out right away. So I think the best way to go about learning this is at least educate the faculty, educate the institute to start early in making smaller projects. Or if you don't have any project, if you didn't get any of the internship program or something like that, open source is a great way to start right away. So it doesn't matter if it's games. Regardless of what you do, make sure your calling card is out there. Contribute to any of the projects that's already out there. So the first thing that we usually see whenever we're hiring is not even the resume. We immediately go for their GitHub handle and see how much contributions have they done, what projects that they have already worked on, have they collaborated with an open source project, or have they collaborated with some other student. And this has nothing to do with the institutes at all. I think this is the part that we need to train the next generation to actually begin with, that you have to go out of your way to learn something and do a project by yourself. And that's what companies are also looking for right away, so that they can be plug and play right away. I know that you're already done a project rather than me training you again. So
next one, like last quick question before we end the session. I just want all of us to say one line about how does game industry support inclusivity in games. My first thing is GDAI has already introduced women in games, and we do different women in games chapter in Chennai.
So that has been something which has been very close to our basic philosophy at Lakshya. We have our own academy called In-Game, and we regularly have batches for women. We have batches for different types of segments, with the idea being that we need to get more and more of people from diversity perspective into the system. So we consciously make an effort to make, and that is something which is happening globally. Even Keywords, as a global organization, which is our parent company, focuses a lot on this, on how we can bring more diversity into what the entire ecosystem of video games. So we have special projects for women, and we have special training sessions for them. In-game, we have special batches for them, which is run and driven and attended by only women. So all these are things which have to be done in a focused way, with the end objective of actually making a difference and making sure you are working towards a set objective of making a difference.
So, when we make games, we have the stigma that these games are predominantly played by male audience. So, our games is one of those games, heavy vehicle simulation. But recently, we were very shocked to see 45% of our users are female users, which itself is giving us the perspective that, okay, this is very important. Yeah. It's almost 50%.
It's a game-changing data which you've shared, right?
Yeah. And into welcoming women or diversity into the industry, I think we are an industry who are starved, to be honest. We are happy to welcome whoever, any shape, size or form. And I think the gaming industry in itself is very friendly by nature. If you go to IGDC, you will see, so friendly and so open.
It's quite an open industry.
Yeah, so I think we are all in for promoting it, and everybody is welcome.
So I'll go another step forward. So I think the penetration into tier 2 and tier 3 is also quite important. Maybe Manvin might add on to this, but though I run a small startup, the team members that I have, no one would have guessed that game artists and game programmers could have come from that part of the country. So there's a lot of good talent. Part of the puzzle, not just game industry, any industry in general, they are kind of like hidden in places, right? Mostly in tier 2, tier 3, and amazing talent. Like comparable to those who are in tier 1, there's no change at all in terms of level of quality. I think Lakshya might have a lot of those people, right, from tier 2, tier 3. Yeah. So how do we find that from tier 2, tier 3? Because if we bridge that, and I know Tamil Nadu is big on decentralized development, right, in tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. So if we go on that path, as far as Tamil Nadu is concerned, even with game industry, I think that there's a lot of success that we can see, because we really do have amazing universities and colleges in Trichy, Coimbatore, Madurai, and if there are centers of excellences in each of those universities, that's going to unlock a lot of talent, decentralized talent. So yeah, tier 2, tier 3 also.
I think generally game industry is extremely welcoming. I mean, if you're interested, you're right away in there. In most of our studios, we don't even have a dress code. Like, you can come as whatever you want. You can identify as whatever you want. As long as you get the job done, that's good enough. So I can't say beyond that. We are extremely friendly. If you have ever come to GDC or any other game conferences, it's just so much positive energy over there. Like, we are always welcoming. As long as you're interested, you're welcomed. Simple as that.
I guess we are the only bunch who are like underdressed.
We are already a bunch of misfits. We've been rejected, so we are always welcome. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, except Harish. Thank you very much for sharing the stage, and thank you, audience, for encouraging, and I hope the session was informative for all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. And thank you to all our speakers for highlighting the opportunities and the challenges also that we have in this crucial topic. And I must say this sector is inspiring. It's so inspiring to see the growth and the opportunities that it has in the future. So yeah, let's continue to innovate. On that note, we now move on to honoring our speakers for the day. So I request you all to please stay back, and I'm going to invite Mr. Mohan Sahayaraj, Assistant Director, Tamil Nadu E-Governance Agency. Sir, ko balata kaithattil koduthu. So we'll be presenting a memento to all our speakers. Thank you, speakers, for sharing your valuable insights with all of us today. And can I have the QR code again? Yes. So this is the QR code, and if you want to join the community, you can scan the code and join the WhatsApp group. So that's been displayed on the LED wall for your convenience. Please ensure that you scan it now, or you can take a picture and scan it later at your convenience. Thank you. Can I have a huge round of applause for our panelists and our moderator? Thank you. Yes, with that, we now come to the end of the second session. And now we will break for lunch and also networking. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is a wonderful opportunity for all of you to network and make meaningful connections and exchange ideas with our attendees. So we will resume back sharply at 2 p.m. Please come forward, occupy the chairs in the front. So let's leave spaces for the rest of the people who are joining us late. Thank you. A kind attention to all of you to please put your mobile phones in silent mode or in flight mode if possible, to avoid any inconvenience during the session. Well, are we good to start? Yes. But can I request one more time for the ones who are at the back to please come forward and occupy the chairs in the front? So let's not have some, vacant space in the center. The ones, yeah. Very well. Welcome back, everybody. So hope you all had a great lunch. And this is the first session after lunch. And this session focuses on India's EV transformation, which involves innovations, infrastructure, and integration for the future. This session will explore the advancements in electric vehicle technology, the infrastructure needed for widespread adoption, and how EVs are reshaping the future of mobility in India. Joining us on the panel are, firstly, our moderator, Mr. Srichand Sridhar. With over 27 years of experience in construction and IT, he's the head of professional skilling business at L&T EduTech. He specializes in structural engineering and has held leadership roles in various segments at L&T Construction. Srichand excels in skill development, business growth, and strategic partnerships, making him a key asset in driving professional skilling initiatives at L&T EduTech. Please put your hands together for Mr. Srichand Sridhar. Thank you, sir, for joining us. And next, our panelist, Mr. Praveen Swaminathan, Vice President at Tata Agratas. He's a versatile leader with extensive experience in product management, sales, business development, and technical engineering. He has launched connected cloud-enabled products in the automotive and software sectors, working with Bosch, Harman, and Stellantis. Mr. Praveen excels in technology product development, global team management, and leveraging AI for innovation. Currently at Tata Agratas, he focuses on data and AI to deliver efficient energy and storage solutions. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Praveen Swaminathan onto the stage. Welcome, sir. Following him, I'd like to invite Mr. Arun Vinayak, who's a visionary entrepreneur and the co-founder and CEO of Exponent Energy, which is a company redefining the future of energy solutions for electric vehicles. With a mission to simplify energy access and accelerate the adoption of sustainable mobility, Mr. Arun leads Exponent Energy in developing breakthrough technologies, including rapid charging solutions that make EVs practical and affordable for everyone. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Arun Vinayak. Welcome, sir. Very happy to have you with us today. Please join us. And following him, Mr. Shankar Venugopal, Vice President, Mahindra & Mahindra. Dr. Shankar leads technology innovation for the automotive and farm services business. He also heads the intellectual property and knowledge management functions. He's also the Dean of Mahindra Technical Academy. Please join me in welcoming him with a round of applause. And last but not least, I'd like to invite Mr. Ramakrishnan Ramanathan, Vice President of Born Electric Vehicle. Mr. Ramakrishnan is hunger to learn every day and bring value to work and strive to make social impact as much as possible. He's also a person who keeps himself up to date with the macroeconomics, startup ecosystem, technology, finance, and politics, etc. Please join me in welcoming all of our panelists onto the dais. Thank you so much, and I leave the stage over to you. Let the discussion begin. Thank you.
Borrow it from you. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the lovely introduction, and I'm honored to be amongst a panel that exceeds my level of knowledge on the EV. I would be probably starting from scratch and as much a layman as possible on the EV front, I must say. Although we are into a space of EV in training, as far as the company that I'm representing is concerned. Having said that, I'd like to start off by recollecting a quote of Steve Jobs, which says, let's go invent tomorrow instead of worrying about what happened yesterday. I think the EV space signifies this particular quote in exponential terms, because 20 years back, if suppose somebody had talked about this space, I think people would have laughed it out. Perhaps some mavericks would have thought that this could be done. Today, those mavericks are leading industries. Some of them are beside me here, who have undergone this journey and will talk about their experience. Just a short intro like that, but I'll start off by talking about the innovation in EV technology. We have known a lot of it. We see the green pasted cars in the streets. We only know them from outside, but what goes inside is probably the brains that are sitting beside me, I guess. People who have thought, innovated, and brought it out into reality. Innovation in the space, if I have to talk about it, I'll start off by asking Mr. Shankar a question. What are the innovations that have kind of changed the space in the recent past, and what do you see as a future in terms of innovations that will determine how EV will be globalized across, or rather proliferated in the industry?
Sure. Possibly we can look at it in 3 stages. The first being what we started as a pure electric vehicle by looking at how we can modify the existing vehicles to get onto the electric platform. It came with certain constraints, but still it became electric. It gave us an initial momentum. But now the second phase is what we call as a born electric vehicle, which Ram also will be able to talk more about. So that's where almost all the OEMs in India and also outside India, now they all transitioned to designing from scratch born electric vehicles, which are fully optimized for EV performance. And when we say EV, along with electric, we are also talking about connected and autonomous features at different levels. So all these are converging together to deliver optimum experience for the customer. That's the phase 2, which is what we are right now in. But the phase 3, what we have just stepped into and which is going to happen much, much faster is something very exciting. That's what we call as a software-defined vehicles. Whatever happened to our phones is going to happen to our vehicles too. You will see software playing a much bigger role going forward, and that could even become the basis of product differentiation. So that's something very exciting, because when the hardware and the software come together, the possibilities are really very vast. There is so much that we can do. So that's a phase 3 that we are right now getting into. That's how I would look at the entire evolution so far. And the innovations have been spread across all these 3 phases that I'm talking about. But what to look for more in the immediate future would be more from the software side. That's how I see it evolving.
Thank you so much. I'll direct one question, a Q question from what Mr. Shankar had talked about. He talked about the software-driven vehicle. Why is it so unique that only electric vehicles should talk about SDVs and not the IC-driven vehicles?
Okay, so before answering your question, I'll just want to say a very high-level overview of what's happening in the EV ecosystem. What we see very soon in the future, or already what we are seeing in Chennai, it might be alarming for some of the people to hear, is what we are going to see is an event like an Apple event, where yearly you will have updates on the vehicle shown only majority in software, innovations, maybe like, advanced cameras, LIDARs, whatever it is. This is something will happen. And what we are looking at is that there is going to be a very extended phase of the hardware. Normally what we used to see in India is you could see, every 2 years the headlamps, the bonnet, those hardwares getting changed, the design getting changed. That will have a limitation now, and all the innovations or the enhancement that you will see going forward is going to come from software. Okay, that's one of the advantages. And exactly as a clue from Shankar, this is going towards like a mobile industry, and more advancements you will see mostly in hardware, in software, and hardware remain is going to change. The second thing, why in EV and why not in ICE is a very interesting question. So the EV ecosystem, as I don't know, many people would have seen the Qualcomm with the Mahindra vehicle downstairs. Okay, so we are able to accommodate a system on chip, very powerful trillion operations per second chips that we are able to incorporate in terms of EV, and the electrical architecture plays a very key role compared to ICE, I am saying, and thereby because of the system of chip we are able to do lot of edge computing in the vehicle, and more integration of cameras, more gathering of data, and because of this high effectiveness of the chips, you are able to do many things that we had limitations in ICE. Okay, that's the key reason, and the E architecture plays a major role in this, and that's why I said that the future is going to be towards a mobile industry where every year event could happen from one OEM, like an Apple event. I'm just foreseeing from China, where you will showcase majority of the innovations or new products adding into features added into the car from a software side, and the hardware life is going to get extended. Now on the technical portion, we are able to see is the making of EV vehicle will become easier because there is lot of integration happening from a technology side as well as from the business side. Business innovations are happening. You could see now you can buy only the hardware of the vehicle, and battery you could lease, which was not possible in the ICE era. So you can see that in India. You pay for the vehicle, and per kilometer you lease the batteries. Okay, you have now an app. You can go through UPI and connect to the OEM, and you can lease for 10,000 kilometers. So that's very flexible business innovation on the service. Battery swapping will come for two-wheelers, majority three-wheelers it will happen. And charging, Arun is the right guy to speak, so we'll speak. But on the product side, what we are seeing in the EV, especially in the car space, is the number of components are getting reduced. You could see the switches will slowly vanish. It will all move into the screens. You could see the mirrors will vanish very soon because it will be replaced by cameras. So I can keep on going. The number of parts are going to get reduced. The simplicity of making a vehicle is going to get reduced. And the biggest thing, I don't know when India will see, but majority of the body-in-white components, like say 600, 700 parts are made into 2 parts with big giga castings. So you require a very less shop floor, very less manpower. And that's why I said making of the vehicle as we go with these technology elements will become very easy. Okay, I'll stop here for lots of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Quite an interesting way forward, I guess. But you left me with another question which directly goes to Praveen. Having talked about software and software-driven vehicle, it's now the flavor of the season to talk about AI and IoT and ML and Gen AI and stuff like that. So where do you see this getting into the space of EV, and how the EV ecosystem is adapting to this requirement?
Okay. So I would see it as 2 portions, right? So one is visible to the customer, right? So that is what Ram also touched upon. When we talk about SDV, we are talking about how the customer is going to experience the EV. So today, if you see, you can just walk down the road, you can fill fuel. Right? So it's just 100 meters away, you get fuel stations and so. So that is the biggest challenge that every OEM is trying to solve, or every EV ecosystem partner is trying to solve, right? So that is where the software related features that is visible to the customer, wherein the EV, the algorithm that runs on the vehicle along with the cloud, it is able to say, okay, this is the exact range of the vehicle that is going to be, right? So this analytics is running in the back end, but then it takes feed of information like how the driver is using the vehicle or
driving the vehicle, the pattern, the maps that can give the terrains, and the different temperature situations, all these things together, right? So this is one part of data analytics and AI that is visible to the customer. And as a customer, the customer is able to buy this as a feature. So that's where SDV comes in, right? So the other part of it is the backend. As a battery manufacturer, so we are also committed to ensure that it is not up to the lifetime of the vehicle that the battery is available without any failures, because the battery is the biggest portion of with respect to the cost, right? So you want to secure that. Beyond that, we also want to ensure that we are able to recycle this battery to bring it back to the second life with respect to energy storage and things like that. So what we are doing is battery management on the cloud. So wherein we also keep coaching the customer with respect to how often you do the fast charging. You know, if you are doing continuous fast charging cycles, how you optimize it, so that your state of health of the battery gets improved and so. Now Arun is trying to solve that also with saying that I will do a fast charging continuously, so that will solve. So that is also something that we are trying to bring in, right? So these kind of analytics make sure that the battery is intact, right? The other part, I will still go beyond, right? So before the battery is born. So what we are trying to bring in from data and AI perspective is, when we are defining these chemistries and recipes, we are also trying to do simulation and making the best out of the material that we are mining out, right? Because we don't want to waste the material that we are mining. We want to utilize it as much as possible. So we are doing simulations. We are trying to predict how this particular recipe will behave with respect to the different combinations and so, electrochemical simulations and things like that. And we are also bringing a piece of AI into the manufacturing area itself, right? So we want to ensure that we don't spend a lot of time, 6 to 8 months, commissioning a factory with each and every time making the slurry and seeing if it is happening or not, right? So we are building AI-based twins, which can predict based on different data sets, be it a small scale lab kind of data that we take. We generate the transfer function for the particular mission process, characterize it, and then try to develop it and so, right? So that way we also reduce a lot of time in ramping up the manufacturing plant and so, yeah.
Thanks, Praveen. You've talked about the inner aspects of how this is being done. So let me direct a question to Arun with respect to what the layman actually looks at in terms of concerns that people voice out in terms of the EV space, right? There is if I have to take an EV out, whether, I know Praveen talked about a lot of research being done in terms of negating this aspect, but nonetheless, it lingers in the mind whether there is a range issue, whether there is a possibility of having to reach the destination in time, the disposal of the battery in case things go wrong. These kind of things do linger on. What is happening in that space? You're the right man to answer this, I guess.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me here. Yeah, I think energy is still the largest unsolved problem for EVs. So I've been building EVs in India for, I think, since 2010. And I think the perception has changed over the years. I think when in 2010 you told someone you want to buy an electric vehicle, there was a fundamental trust issue. EVs weren't considered mainstream. They were more like toys to go buy groceries in the next street. It's not a real vehicle. Last 10 years, last 15 years, OEMs, a lot of OEMs have come together, have perfected in some sense, have the driving experience. EVs today are better on the driving experience in every regard. Acceleration, pickup, looks, software features, connectivity, just fantastic. What's not to love? What's holding me back? Fundamentally, 3 questions. Where do I charge? How long will it take? Will a battery last? Right? And really, it's an energy problem. Right? And I think we talk about range anxiety. At Exponent, we don't believe there's anything called range anxiety. We think it's charging anxiety that you need to solve for. And if you buy a petrol car, you don't really ask what a full tank of gas gives you, right? You don't care because there's always a network, always a network to find. It takes 5 minutes to top up. There's no queuing. That doesn't exist for EVs. Today, it takes way too long to charge. There are hardly any charging stations. They're fairly unreliable. Charging stations today have a 70% reliability. It's 2024, 2025 now, and you still have a 30% failure rate in charging. And of course, there's long queuing, right? So that anxiety leads people to say, listen, I want a larger battery. You think that 5 times before buying the EV. And solving for range is also, because we're sitting in the Indian context, solving for range is also a bad idea for India. Because India can't afford large batteries, right? So, I mean, if you're selling a Tesla in the US or a competitor, you can just afford a 400, 500 kilometer range vehicle. You're parking at home, you're charging at home. The other reality in India is a lot of people don't park at home. Right? So how do I charge, right? At least we cater to a lot of the commercial vehicle space, right? Which is, by the way, the largest energy consumer in India is actually commercial vehicles and not private vehicles. So a guy who buys a Tata Ace, right, doesn't actually park at home. So when he's going electric, how will he charge, right? So I think these are, I think solving for energy ecosystem. How do you make energy for EVs simple? I think that's a big focus. I mean, there are multiple approaches. I wouldn't want to focus on just what Exponent does, but the swap is one approach. Rapid charging is what we believe in. That's another approach. But I think this is fundamentally what's needed. And different form factors need differential energy solutions. There isn't no one energy ecosystem that will work for every vehicle, right? You can't fit a two-wheeler and a bus at the same fuel station. So what we think of fuel stations, I think that concept is going to go away. It's going to be decentralized energy compared to petrol station, like in Chennai, I think there are 300 petrol stations, right? But the great thing with charging is it's going to be 30,000 charging stations. There's electricity everywhere. There's electricity in the wall right now. So we're going to have multiple touch points, multiple transaction points where you can just like seamlessly solve for it. And it's not all software. I'm a nut and bolts guy. I think while software brings the intelligence and inferences, you need actionability, and the actionability comes in the hardware. We're still using cells that were designed for laptops and cell phones. Like no one's really had time to redesign cells for automotive, right? And it's happening. I think a lot of companies are doing that. So you'll see so much material science work, so much lightweighting, so much hardware innovations as well.
So that brings me to a question, something that you can continue on. With respect to, see, the vision of India is to go at least around 46,000 EV chargers by 2030. This is what is in the public domain. So having said that, we are woefully short, and I don't know what the ramp up either by the government or the private players is going to be. But nonetheless, that is, I believe, required as the manufacturers, amongst you, both of you, the manufacturers are ramping up to bring more and more EV onto the streets. So what or how is the grid going to cope up on this particular requirement? That is from the government side. And what will be the private players' role in bringing up to speed the requirements to ramp up these kind of numbers? What's your opinion on this?
Yeah, like I think India has now 80,000 petrol stations, and I think when you're going electric, I think we'll need 8 million charging stations, right? It's not going to be one type, it's going to be all types of charging stations. I think most of this will be privately driven. One of the big problems today is charging stations don't make money. That's getting fixed, right? As battery technology is improving, as charge times are improving. 2010, if I set up a charging station, I could charge 1 vehicle a day. Today, I set up a charging station, I can charge 25 vehicles a day, which means I've just 25x'd my energy throughput. Suddenly, private companies are excited to start investing in highway-based charging stations, in intracity charging stations. Like I said, every category needs its own specific requirement. And I think the private companies will do the heavy lifting on that bit, whether it's battery technology, vehicle leasing, vehicle financing, charging network, charging operations. I think where we need a government and private interface is on back-end infra. What private companies hate paying for is transformers and distribution boxes, right? It's actually a first mover disadvantage. For example, if I set up a charger in the middle of the highway, as the first company, I pay the complete cost, and my competitor will set up something right next to me at zero cost, right? So it's actually a first mover disadvantage. And just like the government creates roads and private companies build the vehicles on top of it and the restaurants on top of that, I think you need energy parks. You can't find a single DC standard, right? 4 companies here will, all of us have different voltage platforms, different power platforms, different connector platforms. But we already have AC as a great standard. 440 volt, 3-phase AC is a great standard. Everyone's okay to use it in the back end. So I think we envision government to start setting up energy parks where it's like a food court. You could have 10 charging operators. You could have a swap company. You could have a CCS. You could have a Chadamo. You could have an Exponent, right? All of us setting up charging stations that we're happy to invest in the front end. Our chargers, our connectors, we're all happy to invest in, but no one wants to invest in the back end and the grid. So I think that, and those are 30-year assets, and that's national infrastructure, right? So I think private companies can take a 3-year to 5-year view, but I think the government will start having to look at these 30-year view infrastructure.
Thanks, Arun. Mr. Shankar, see, whenever we talk about EV, we have our minds trained in terms of the city. Like Arun talked about in Chennai, 300 stations or 300 petrol pumps. So mind goes and locks into the city side of life, right? But if EV has to succeed, it has to go into the hinterland.
Sure.
Be it the commercial vehicle space or be it the, the retail space, whatever you may have. India is completely into the rural space. We all know that. Although we talk from the city side, the rural space is what will govern the economics of this country. Where do you see EV proliferating in the rural space? What's the infrastructure that will be required? And how are private players resonating with that requirement?
Sure. If you look at the government's approach, strategy, philosophy, the evolution of FAME 1 and FAME 2, if you see, they primarily expected that the shared mobility providers will switch over to EV the earliest, followed by public transportation, and then phase 3 only people like individuals like us will make up our mind to shift. And so far that is actually holding true so far when it comes to. But if you are looking at the rural application side, farming, the tractors, we need very small compact tractors which are electric, because more than 90% of the Indian farmers, they have very small land holdings. They really don't need this really big tractors. What they need is a very small compact tractor which could be electric. And preferably this should also be semi-autonomous, because there is an acute shortage of manpower. You don't have skilled people to drive the tractors, and also these tractors are coupled to an implement. Everything has to be managed. So a good level of autonomy also would really be very helpful there. And this tractor, once it comes back home from the farm, it can also be like a home inverter generator backup for the farmer's house. So it can do multiple things which create value for the farmer today. And maybe that will also encourage more people to go back to the villages, because it's no longer that strenuous and hard work. With more technology coming in, it could become more attractive for the people like us also to go back and pursue farming possibly. So I think there is tremendous potential in terms of electrification and many other such technologies that go along with it in the rural Indian space. But it needs a very different mindset. The kind of problems to be solved, the kind of innovations to be pursued will be very different from what we do for our urban mobility solution space. So we need to immerse ourselves in that space for very long times, not make any of those assumptions, really be open to understanding what are the real burning problems out there, and co-create and co-innovate with the end users rather than trying to build a complete product and take it to them. All these things would actually help us to get into that space and do the right things out there, I feel.
Thank you, sir. On that note, Ram, you've had experience working abroad. You've had challenges that you might have faced and converted them into opportunities. India being a unique space and a very diverse place, north very different, south very different. So a lot depends on policies that the government frames for this to succeed. Where do you see that space or that going for the success of this particular venture? Like Mr. Shankar referred, in FAME 1, FAME 2, perhaps there will be a FAME 3. So how do you see that developing? Or what are the aspirations of the private players with respect to the policies that will be framed and implemented?
Okay. So FAME 3 is now renamed as PM E-Drive. Yeah. Okay. So there is a significant allocation that has happened towards that. And I'll say what is working right now, and which is an excellent initiative by the government, is the PLI schemes for cell manufacturing. And also for now, now the semicon is also getting set up, even though it's not directly related with automotive. That is there, and the EMS systems, okay, that is getting into there. So it's not making only the output is a car or a three-wheeler or two-wheeler, whatever it is, but what goes beneath this is the subcomponents and the systems. That needs rapid localization to avoid any geopolitics. But we see from a government perspective that the PLA schemes is working very well. Right now we could attract a lot of investments, and we could also see that some of our suppliers are going and venturing and bringing localization opportunities, so which bring down the cost of the vehicle right now, which is one of the key anxiety people are having. When will be the parity between the ICE and EV will happen? So to my knowledge, it will happen very soon. Like say for example, Agratas, where they're putting a battery plant. We are, the supplier ecosystem is localizing many of the parts in India. And this is working. So the key challenge, as like Arun said, is predominantly, the way I see from a OEM is basically on the charging anxiety. And that is where there is some paralysis that we could see. And I know the entire machinery is working on that to solve that problem. But from making an EV vehicle, apart from the lithium, which is not available, right? Unfortunately, we need to import. We will start making cells, and this will follow the same solar panel, the journey, what happened with solar. So we will make modules, we'll make panels, modules, and then we have got till the ingots level. Same setup will happen in EV. I'm very sure about that. It is only a matter of time. But on the contrary, what OEMs have started doing from our end to reduce anxiety, at least we are all started working as a minimum 500 kilometers range. This is the minimum, depends upon the vehicle of course, but when I say B plus segment, minimum 500 kilometers range is something that as a benchmark we have set. Okay, and then someone has to take a step. So now we have to take, the supplier ecosystem has to take, the government has to take the system. So I think that this convergence is happening very soon. That's the way I see it.
Great. In the matter of convergence, Praveen, you are a key player in that sense that, you know, everything will be based around what you are doing from Agratas, your batteries and materials and the kind of integration that you do on that particular ecosystem. So where do you see the supply chain improvements playing in this field? And especially my question is directed in terms of how do you look at this particular supply chain improvements with the aspect of sustainability?
Okay, so with respect to the supply chain, there is a lot to do, right? So one is that Ram brought out with respect to availability of minerals itself. So let's talk about the Indian ecosystem. We, unfortunately, there are few explorations that's happening. We don't know how much we can bet on those. But 90% of or 100% of the minerals are coming from outside, right? So both on the LFP and also on the NMC cells and so. So one thing that has been consciously happening across all OEMs is that how you secure that value chain, right? The complete value chain starting from the mining till the chemical recipe till, everything that works on the software algorithms and so. That's why you see that there is software houses within now all the OEMs. There is also battery competencies, things like that, right? So on the supply chain front, one is that it is important geographically for us to secure the mining and so. And that is where we are looking at partnerships with multiple, global providers of mines and things like that. The second thing is that we are also not, so as India as an ecosystem, we are still dependent on the battery technology also, the cell chemistries and things like that, right? So we are also looking at partnerships there. One thing that I would look in the next 5 years is a lot of industry academic connects with respect to the material science related researches, the AI based predictions that we will do and so, right? So all this put together, it should ease the supply chain a bit. Not completely dependent on global versatility and volatilities and things like that. And over and above that, what is in our hand to do is today we are trying to model this perfectly, right? So there are prediction models to say what would be the cost of a particular mineral and things like that. We are also trying to use the latest Gen AI, LLM models to see that how we can include the political and the social impacts to see how we can refine it and so, right? So having said all those, right, so for now, I think only with those alliances and based on how we predict this, how this is going to change, and that will tell how we are going to be self-sustainable. Yeah.
Great. I like to add a point on the sustainability portion. So we could see in India some companies like Logname coming from a battery recyclable perspective, but I just want to take the opportunity of this to say as a Renault, we have a separate company called Future is Neutral. It's a dedicated company which is completely in refurbishment of the vehicle, extending the useful life of the vehicle. And every year we do 50 to 60,000 vehicles. There is a dedicated plant where the end-of-life vehicle comes and we evaluate the vehicle. We completely refurbish as much as possible. We also give a warranty and we extend the life. This is from a purely sustainability perspective. And apart from that, the batteries, we say it as a second life batteries. The batteries are repurposed and then they are sent to two-wheelers or three-wheelers, wherever it's possible to use. And apart from that, we know today, I don't know, there is only 8 to 10% of recycling happens, whereas we could go till 70%. So that's a big part that's missing. So right from steel, copper, nickel, aluminum, we have started, and that's why we have a dedicated company of Future is Neutral. So we strip everything. We have a goal to reach to 70% of recycle, just to not use virgin materials always and try to recycle. This is purely from a sustainability perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. India is positioned with its own population to be one of the largest markets per se. I'm not talking EV here, but just the largest market in the world. China is, I'm told, at least 4 to 5 times bigger, although we are same in terms of population. 1/3 the population of India is US, but they are at least 10 times bigger than us. Where do you see the space of EV going for local as well as international players, with not only in terms of the economics, but in terms of technology? We are doing catch up all the time. So is there a place and space that there is an overtake possible? And if so, when is that? I'll pose the questions to the international and the local. So, Mr. Shankar.
So I will also connect this back to the first question that you asked when it comes to software, why we always, in the context of EVs, we talk, why not with ICE, and both this I'll touch upon. If you look at anything digital, we have this Moore's law, which says things are going to double in performance every 18 months. And our own phone is a very clear evidence of that. So while the performance keeps going up, the cost of the technology keeps falling down. So when we are aspiring for a very exponential growth, software makes it very easy because it's all ready actually to do that. But what we also need to keep in mind, is the hardware should be capable of supporting that software. Because as OEMs, we see this, when we bring together hardware from multiple places, each comes with its own software also, then these software should talk to each other. So it becomes very important to have that kind of architectural thinking right at the beginning to say, how am I going to make this all, it's like a symphony orchestra, all of them have to very nicely play together. And then comes in cybersecurity and all those aspects and stuff like that. But with EVs and software-defined vehicles, we have this once-in-a-life opportunity where we can be leaders globally, and we can build products that are relevant for global markets, because it's new for everybody. And when it comes to software, we do have a traditional advantage in India, so it makes things a lot more easier to really aspire for building world-class products, keeping global markets in mind. I think this is the best of best opportunities.
So
Thank you very much, sir.
Just
Well
to
said
add on
in-
to that quickly.
Yeah, sorry.
So also on the AI, right? So we are the third biggest market for AI skill set, right? So 16% of AI workforce come from India. And I was surprised to see that. And the quality of AI related work that is happening even in our academic institutes, it's mind boggling, right? So I think we are on par with global work, yeah.
I'll be very short on this. Apart from that, on the flip side, what I see is a massive skilling. What we see China doing today is not a year journey. That's a plan that was laid out 15 years and bringing in many advanced PhD courses, research on battery cell chemistry and metallurgy. If I could say in this room, how many of us, our children prefer metallurgy? There will be very less. This is a reality that we have to accept. So massive skilling, reskilling, and what we see from China or US is not overnight again. So that is something that as industry, academia, startups, that we have to focus to be there. I cannot tell the time when we will be like China or US, but it's a journey has started. But again, we have to fuel the journey with a complete skilling. That's very key.
Your thoughts, please. Yeah, start with 2 cents. Last time vehicles were designed, India wasn't a free country, right? So we always had to play a catch-up game on that, right? With EVs as a global reset, and everything about how you have to build an EV the world is learning. But suddenly, 2020, India has got one of the largest markets, one of the best talent pools. So I think India will lead the EV race. Also because for you to design stuff and sell EVs in India, you really have to innovate. A lot of European and American markets, you can be a little lazy, and because the price points are higher. So if you look at India, our price points are one of the most aggressive. Our temperature conditions are one of the harshest. Our grid condition, we have one of the worst grids, by the way, and we have really terrible roads to design vehicles for. So if you can make EVs in India, then you can sell it anywhere in the world. The best two-wheelers, EV two-wheelers, don't come from China anymore. They come from India. The world's fast charging, we build the world's fastest charging tech in India, not from China, not from Europe, not from US, because the constraints are super harsh. And if businesses have to survive in India, you just have to out-innovate. And I think we finally have the talent and the local market to sustain this innovation. So I'm very optimistic on India's capability to lead.
Last, I'll do a final round of questions, 1 sentence or 2 sentences each. In case we are going to go ramp up on the EV side to that extent that we are world leaders, there is a dearth of talent that we will face. There is a dearth of technology that we might need to do catch up. And there's a dearth of manufacturing that we need to do catch up. Your thoughts, very quick, 1 or 2 sentences, please, each one of you.
I think I will focus on the talent part, the skill part, because that's my biggest worry. So what I see is there is a need for changing the entire engineering curriculum, the way we teach and prepare our engineers. We need to make them a lot more hands-on and a lot more interdisciplinary. Because when you look at EV, it's a mix of mechanical, electrical, electronic, computer science. So many fields come together. So when we are preparing engineers for this kind of industry, we should not label them just in one domain. We should give them that cross-domain exposure. That's one. Second is give them sufficient AI and data science background so that they can use the data that's already out there. And the third is real problem solving and proto building skills so that they'll be very hands-on, not just conceptually good, but also very hands-on. I think with these 3 changes in curriculum, we'll be able to very quickly build enough talent, not just for India, but for the globe. Again, it's a global opportunity out there.
Great, sir. Arun, your thoughts, please.
I think I'll very specifically focus on NPD and vocational training. Historically, we just don't like getting our hands dirty. And the reason China kicks up behind is because they understand how to tool something. If I want a 2 mm aluminum extrusion, I have to go only to China, right? India will give me a 7 mm extrusion and will take 4 times longer and 3 times more costlier to make it because we just don't understand tooling. We don't understand NPD. We're obviously already leading on software, but I think like vocational training, tooling, how do you make, I just think everyone wants to become engineer or software engineer. I think we just have to go back and do some of the not so glamorous things right. And we've never done this. We've always built soaps or satellites, right? Low tech, high volume, or high tech, low volume. We've never made high tech, high volume. And EVs is actually the first time that we have to make high tech, high volume. And it's very hard.
I think a lot many students in this audience, it's music to their ears, I guess. Praveen, yours.
Yeah, so since we have a lot of students here, so it is not just about coding and so, right? So I passed out as a mechanical engineer, went into software industry, but I strongly believe that those days are going off, right? So today you can get a software which can write Python code for $20 per month, right? So that is how it is. So it is not about coding today. It is about what you are going to contribute. Say if we are taking EV as a space, how we are going to know the domain, how we are going to be excelling in material science, how we are going to be excelling in data analytics, right? So basic, someone talked about mathematics as the fundamental. So that's what it is going to be, right? Mathematics, chemistry, this is what we are talking about. But then all above that, software, AI, these are going to be only refinements, which is going to make things easier. That's it, right? So concentrate on your core domains, understand the fundamentals and fundamentals of physics and engineering. That is what is going to drive the world.
So I'll be very quick. It's a hands-on, hands-on, hands-on. That's all I'll say. You can spend hours together in digital, but I don't know that the absorption percentage is very less until you do something of your own. You fail, you rebuild, you fail. That's what will make, that's the key difference where we could see from other international mature markets to here. So we have too much bookish and hands-on is very much required.
Thanks all of you. Just concluding statements on this. I believe in case the predictions and the aspirations work out well, we'll see less of TV time talking about Delhi's pollution going forward. I believe Delhi is just the start, but all cities in India are going to go that route, and we'll see less of that and more of talk in terms of what innovation is and what technology is going to take us forward. Let's all pray for that. Let's all wish for that. I leave all with a small quote from Buckminster Fuller that I noted down just before I entered. You never change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, build a new model that makes the existing model obsolete. I just wish that existing models become obsolete and we see the future and a very bright future for not only for industry, but for India as a whole. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you to all of our panelists for sharing their vision on India's EV future. So yes, with that, we are now done with the panel discussion for this topic. And I'd like to invite Mr. Swaminathan, Deputy Manager of LCOT. Sir, please join us in honoring our panelists. We would love to honor all of you gentlemen with a token of love from our end. So now we have Mr. Swaminathan. Can I have a round of applause? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, since we're running out of time, we are not having a Q&A session deliberately, but still if you have any queries to be clarified, our speakers are here. You can take it offline once they get down. So they will come there. You can take it offline, definitely. Also, we will be proceeding with the next session continuously. So thank you, gentlemen. Thank you so much. Pleasure having all of you on stage with us. Sure. We'll have a group photograph. I must say the discussion was truly inspiring. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. All right. So we just witnessed a crucial topic about India's EV future. And I must say the innovation is truly contagious. So please take your questions offline. Let's not disturb the session because we are moving ahead with the next topic now. So I'm going to request the ones who are standing. If you have any questions, you can take it offline. And let's not disturb the next session. All right. So our next session explores AI in travel and hospitality and how it's transforming customer experiences, optimizing costs, and shaping the future of travel industry. And to discuss on this topic, we have an impressive panel of experts. Firstly, I'm going to invite our moderator, Mr. Blair Koch. Mr. Blair Koch is the dynamic CEO and the president of Acertas, a leader in automotive logistics dedicated to redefining how vehicles are delivered across North America. With a focus on innovation, operational excellence, and customer-centric solutions, Mr. Blair drives Acertas's mission to provide seamless end-to-end vehicle logistics services. With an impressive career spanning leadership roles in logistics, supply chain, and technology-driven operations, Mr. Blair is a trailblazer who thrives on tackling complex challenges. Welcome, Mr. Blair. Request you to have your seat. Thank you so much for joining, and can I have a round of applause as we welcome him onto the stage. Joining us on the panel, Mr. Ashish Vikram, Chief Technology and Innovation Officer, SpiceJet. Mr. Ashish is a seasoned software industry leader with experience in building high-performance teams and products across multiple domains. He holds degrees from IIT Delhi and Purdue University, and he has begun his career at Rational Software in Silicon Valley. He went on to lead key software labs in India, including Rational India, OAT Systems, and Calido, before his roles at Yahoo and Flipkart. So you can have your seat. Please, sir. And I'd like to invite Mr. Ashish Vikram onto the stage with a round of applause. Thank you, sir. Please join us. And nextly, Ms. Aditi Shekhar, who is the Regional Vice President Sales at Embraer for South Asia, with over 17 years of experience in the aviation industry. She has held various roles at General Electric, including Senior Sales Director for South Asia at GE Aerospace, where she closed major deals with Indigo, Vistara, and Air India. Welcome, Ms. Aditi Shekhar. Thank you for joining us today. Mr. Mani, Senior Vice President at Hexaware Technologies, excels in driving digital transformation and innovation. His leadership shapes the company's strategic direction, delivering technology solutions that optimize operations and enhances customer experiences. Mr. Mani is known for his expertise in IT strategy and business transformation. Mr. Mani leads high-performing teams and fosters a culture of innovation, making Hexaware a trusted partner globally. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Mani onto the stage. Welcome, sir. Moving ahead, Mr. Yogesh, an engineering fellow at Honeywell Aerospace and IEEE senior member. His aerospace domain expertise includes engineering in computer science and masters in software systems, Lean Six Sigma certified expert, and Scaled Agile certified. He also has 25 years of expertise in aerospace domain, technical leadership in safety, critical embedded software architecture, design, and development. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to Mr. Yogesh as well. Welcome, sir. Welcoming all of our panelists, and I leave the stage over to you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. You gonna make it through this one? Late in the day? All right, got good energy? I guess you guys have all heard about AI through this conference, right? Well, we're actually a panel that has a topic around AI. So our topic is AI in the travel and hospitality space. So I'm sure you guys have all probably, how many of you traveled here via plane? Anybody travel via plane? A few people travel via plane? Good. So you guys all know that there probably are a lot of challenges, first of all, in the travel and hospitality space. But when you look at India, this market is explosively growing in travel and hospitality. You know, we heard from the introductions this morning, you know, the economy is exploding in India, exploding in this state. And with that, there's a ton of business travel and also a ton of leisure travel. So that's opening up a huge opportunity in the travel and industry space. So on our panel today, we have experts that have a lot of experience across a lot of different parts of the travel and hospitality space. So what we'd like to do is talk to you a little bit about how AI can help solve some of the complex problems in this space and how we can really drive huge value for the companies that are participating in the market. So I think what I'll do is just let some of the panelists talk, just introduce themselves briefly, but maybe each of you guys could just talk a little bit about some of the challenges that you see in the travel and hospitality space.
Hello, thanks Blair. So my name is Ashish. So I'm actually from the tech side of things, not from airlines or hospitality. I spent most of my time in other sectors. So I worked for Flipkart and Yahoo in the AI big data space before joining aviation, SpiceJet. So I've been here 5 years. And there are big data challenges in the aviation sector as well, and you know there are not that many technologists. So that's why I was hired to try and make SpiceJet a technology-driven company. Now, coming to Blair's point regarding the challenges, so in airlines especially, there's a huge opportunity in India. Only 5% of the people in India have ever traveled by air, right? Maybe in this room there's obviously a larger percentage, but overall, only 5% out of our 1.4 billion people have ever traveled by air, and they aspire to do so. So as incomes grow, there's a huge opportunity for growth, and it's the fastest growing aviation market in the world, growing at 20% year on year, which is very large. And the biggest challenge that we are facing, especially in this industry, is just the supply of aircraft. The airlines that we have all very big orders with the 2 or 3 aviation companies that are supplying aircraft, and they are not able to supply fast enough, right? So SpiceJet has an order, Air India, we all have big orders, and that is needed, of course, to grow the industry. Otherwise, it leads to, you know, crowding, price rises, all of those things. So that's, I think, the biggest challenge, not necessarily solved by AI, but maybe there is some challenge, something that can be done through AI as well, but at the supply side.
Hi everyone, this is Aditi Shekhar and I'm the Regional VP Sales from Embraer. Embraer is world's 3rd largest aircraft manufacturing organization, and I have almost 17 years of experience in the aviation domain, and I started my journey as a design engineer and then moved on to taking over sales, and now I'm into selling of the aircraft. So as Ashish mentioned, right, aviation industry is growing. I just wanted to put some numbers into perspective. It's world's 3rd largest market. Aviation is the 3rd largest market in India, and right now, the 1st largest market is US. So they have a fleet size of almost 8,200 aircrafts with the people, almost 600 million people. And India, we have 800 aircrafts as the fleet size with a population of 1.4 billion. So it's highly underserved market. There is a huge opportunity which we see. And the airlines, they are having an order book of almost 2,000 aircrafts. So the growth is almost 2.5x by 2034. So that perspective, you know, it gives you a perspective at how fast this is going to grow. And with that comes the opportunity of, you know, finding right people, right talent. And this is where I feel that, you know, the industry is going to struggle. There will be a lot of challenges in this industry because right skilled and unskilled people, finding the right talent, it would be very difficult. And maybe AI can help in solving some of the issues there.
Is anybody here studying for travel and hospitality? Any travel and hospitality students in the audience? Well, as you heard, it's a great opportunity. So look for, the airlines need talent, the aircraft manufacturers need talent. We have company here. Mani works for a company that hires development talent that works with the airlines. So it's a big opportunity in this space right now. So Mani, why don't you introduce yourself?
Thank you, Blair. So I would like to start with saying something local. So, இனிய மாலை வணக்கங்கள். நானும் சென்னை தான். உங்களோட இந்த நேரத்தை செலவு பண்ணுறதுல மிக்க மகிழ்ச்சி. I hope I leave something that is useful for all of you. Thank you very much for sharing your time. And this is difficult. The lunch was good. Thank you for the organizers. You made a good lunch, but it makes a challenging session for us to keep you awake. So, among the problems that, as Aditi said, we are the third largest aviation market, and this is only set to grow. When this is going to grow, the biggest problem that I foresee is not just on the technology side, but it's on the infrastructure side. So if you look at it, if people are traveling, say, to Chennai airport, say Chennai airport is so congested, and the ability to actually serve the population is going to become a challenge. And this is probably one of the areas that's going to be a constraint for a country like India to actually make great strides. So infrastructure continues to be a challenge. When I say infrastructure, it is the airport infrastructure and also the airspace that actually has to be managed. If you look at it, the Indian government is actually taking a lot of good steps towards optimizing the airspace, right? And that is going to be another area that would require a lot of investment and innovation. The third thing is the public infrastructure itself. So if you are going to do a door-to-door average, it's going to only get worse, and there is a lot of requirement to improve that infrastructure as well. So this is from the airline perspective, but also to talk about hospitality. We also serve Marriott as a customer and a Curzon and a few other brands. So the disposable income that, as a country, that India is having, and the impact that it's going to have in the hospitality space is mind-boggling. If you look at it, sometimes it's easier to actually, or cheaper to fly to a place like Dubai or Colombo or Singapore for a vacation rather than go to some exotic places in India. So there is going to be a lot of infrastructure requirements there as well. So overall, we see that while there's a lot of positive growth trajectory, the constraint is going to be in infrastructure. The government is taking the right step towards solving it. And there is a lot of potential for artificial intelligence data to actually provide an optimized experience. Today, if you look at it, we don't take a road trip without checking Google Maps to see whether the time, where the accidents are, etc., etc. And the whole thing would actually be an extension that we will see in the airspace and also in the hospitality space. Thank you, Blair.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Yogesh. I'm a fellow engineer in Honeywell, primarily providing a technical leadership for the aerospace product development and certifications. So, to your question, Paul, I believe one of the challenge the travel industries is kind of facing is higher operational costs. If you see from the airliner's perspective, that is one thing I feel, and there could be many factors to that, but something that I would like to highlight is about maybe the lack of predictive maintenance, unplanned equipment failures or shutdown, downtime of the systems. Because currently, if you really see, the maintenance is more of reactive. That means you know only after the equipment is failed, right? So, not doing maintenance at the right time. Right? Example, if you take about maybe a degraded engine, could take anywhere between 5 to 10% more fuel than that's really required, or maybe a degraded motor tech, energy inefficient, maybe consuming more power than really required. So all these kinds of adds up to the overall operational crime. And generally, if you do some of this emergency maintenance, is quite expensive. The data says it's maybe close to around 10% more. The time, the maintenance cost. So this, if you really see, all this kind of adds up to the overall higher operational cost. So definitely this is one area where AI can play a role, because you have a lot of operational data, a lot of things. If you could really mine that data and bring some actionable insights which can predict upfront and the maintenance, that could really change this. Positive.
Excellent. Yes, as I was listening to you guys talk, I thought of another challenge that I know the airline industry faces, particularly the airlines, but I think all companies in the travel and hospitality space, and that's profitability. The airlines, there's a saying in the airlines business, everybody makes money in the airline business except for the airlines, which is always a challenge for them. And so the margins are extremely tight. So I know that's a big challenge, and I know AI can help solve some of the big challenges around profitability. So in the airline business, the commercial organization, the commercial function is the one that looks at profitability. I know, Mani, you have some experience in the commercial space. Could you maybe talk to us a little bit about how AI could assist with helping in the profitability on the commercial side?
Sure, thank you. So, if you look at it, if you're going to travel, if you're going to an airline, so your experience is, I can go to, say, SpiceJet, to their website, Air India, their website, Indigo, their website. I can look at the price, say from Chennai to Delhi, Chennai to Bombay, and then I can go and book a ticket. I can check in, I can buy a bag, do everything. So the commercial area looks like to be entirely digitized. But if you look at it, there are a lot of college students here, I hope, right? People who are there are engineers. Do you know that airline is an industry which actually started the trend of using mathematical models towards a lot of their business operations, right? So there is a lot of revenue and commercial decisions that are taken based on mathematical models. So if I have 10 aircrafts, where am I going to put those 10 aircrafts? It's not an Excel sheet exercise. There are mathematical models. So some of you are engineers who would have studied operations research or optimization techniques, right? Yes or no? Right? Some of you would have studied. All those models are used currently in the airline industry, and they are used to actually take a lot of decisions. So if you look at it, the base level, I can say revenue commercial 1.0, the mathematical models are there, and you are getting a quote and all this stuff is not because somebody prices something randomly. There is an algorithm that is actually solving the problem to give you the price and give you the availability. Now what AI is going to do is what I would say commercial 2.0, right? This industry adapted technology in the commercial space 40, 45 years back. When banks in India were still writing checks in books and our accounts were maintained in ledgers in 1995, we were still issuing tickets digitally. Think of it. So we have a foundation, but it's a very old foundation. AI and data sciences and ML is actually giving us an opportunity to add a lot of things on top of it. So if you look at it, we actually see a few areas where there is going to be growth. One is, how can I reach my customer direct? If you take, we were talking with our friends, SpiceJet today does 10-12% tickets directly on the website, but most of it is happening outside. So there is a lot of opportunities in terms of how do I have a direct interaction with you, know your buying behavior, your requirements better, and cater something that is very personal. So today the personalization is very limited. The first area where there is a commercial innovation, revenue opportunity that we see in airline with AI and data is in the personalization space. The second area that we are trying to solve is what we call pricing innovation. So the airline inventory is very different because it's more complex than a retail inventory. So we actually have been researching in an area called continuous pricing. Now continuous pricing is a detailed concept that I don't want to talk by 3 in the afternoon, but the idea is we are actually trying to make those pricing algorithms far more sophisticated that we would make sure that you have an interesting price point to buy it rather than go away from the website. That's the second innovation. First is direct channels, more proliferation. Second is pricing innovation. The third area where we see a lot of innovation happening is you are not just going to go from point A to point B. A travel involves multiple modes. You involve a cab, you involve a stay, you involve what you call actions, you involve experiences. So the third area is bundling all these experiences together. With AI and data, we are going to do a lot of, you will see airlines doing a lot of these things better. And the last area, which is probably even more interesting, is Today, all the decisions that we take as an airline industry, or at least most of them, is based on what data we already have, how many tickets has been sold, etc., etc. We don't do a lot of demand-based modeling, but with the amount of data that is actually coming to the systems, you would see a great innovation in terms of the models being redefined with artificial intelligence and machine learning that would actually help us predict the demand better and do this commercial cycle far more better. So you can see this trend globally across. As an organization, we work with global airline players as well as local airline players. You would see that in various forms and shapes, but these are at a high level things that as an airline, be it a carrier in the US or carrier in India or in the Middle East, are trying to do it in various forms. Those are the commercial innovations that, as I said, are built on top of the models that are already existed, but are looking at exploiting data better and building machine learning models on top, Blair. Thank you.
That's great. I want to emphasize something that Mani had said that the airline industry has really been building pricing models for the last 40 years, and it was kind of under the umbrella of OR at the time. But when you really think about airlines and hotels, which are in the travel and hospitality, it really was the genesis of a lot of the AI that's occurring. And the AI now is just maturing enough that it can really take advantage of the pricing in real time or dynamic pricing. So I think this industry has been one of the industries that's really been able to take advantage of this type of technology for a long time, and now it's the innovation is accelerating with the modern AI tools. But Ashish had talked about the fact that getting airplanes is difficult. When you look at the cost factors for airlines, there's really fuel, people, and plane costs. Those are kind of like the three big factors of cost in an airline. We have someone on our panel who's intimately knowledgeable with aircraft. Maybe talk to us a little bit, Aditi, about how the airlines can leverage AI to manage some of the cost or manage some of the challenges with managing the fleet.
Thank you, Blair, for this question. So we'll talk about the life cycle of the entire aircraft, as in when it comes into the airline. So starting with whenever the airline is thinking about having a fleet size, right? What would be the appropriate fleet size? Where are they going to fly? What type of aircraft they need to buy? How much utilization they are going to do? I mean, all these are complex questions. And to put this in perspective, you have a lot of people doing different parts of the analysis to come up with the solution which would be optimum. And also, like, what would be the pricing if they are going to launch a product? Which markets they are going to serve with what price range, which is going to make them profitable? I think that's a very good opportunity for AI to integrate all these fronts together to, give a solution, and that's the starting point. Now, as the aircraft comes into the fleet, and we try to deploy the aircraft on a particular route or a network, a lot of time what we see is there are takeoff delays. So a lot of time the airlines are worried about the cost of the fuel. To bring the efficiency into picture, to optimize the routes, I think all these are some of the areas where AI can really help. Also, I would talk about, as Ashish mentioned, getting aircraft is very, very difficult these days. Availability of aircraft is almost impossible these days. And to cater to that, which actually means that whatever fleet you have, you want to keep continuing, you want to keep driving those fleet very hard. It means utilizing it to the maximum extent, the assets. And that means that the maintenance which is being predicted by the OEMs, that's going to be shortened. Now, how do you enhance those? How do you increase the intervals of the maintenance so that you have a higher time on wing, you have the higher availability of those assets? I think those are areas which are being studied by the OEMs, and it depends upon the data. They collect a lot of data from the airlines. They analyze how the pilots are performing on those aircrafts, what type of climb they should be using, on what type of flight they should be taking, what optimization algorithms they should be using, so that they can optimize the maintenance intervals, and they have a better predictability. They have a greater oversight of when those aircrafts are going to get down. And this is an area which I feel that AI can contribute a lot. Lastly, I would say that whenever the aircrafts are probably not available, preparing for the inventory, preparing for the spares. Okay, these aircrafts are not going to be available in the certain duration. What type of spares you would need, you know, and making those sure that those spares are available in time. I think those are all the areas where AI can contribute.
Yeah, that's fantastic. You know, the airplane for the airline just can't be sitting still. That's the most expensive asset that they have. So having that airplane utilized, or capacity management as known in the industry, is crucial. And I think, as Aditya said, that I think there's huge opportunity around optimizing that with AI. So I'm sitting next to someone who runs all the technology for one of the greatest airlines on the planet, right? SpiceJet. So, and so I know you have probably exposure to pretty much every application that is used to run an airline. So I think you're uniquely qualified, especially in the airline space, to talk to us a little bit about some other opportunities for using AI to either help drive down costs or, quite frankly, drive more revenue.
Yes, absolutely. So actually we have been using AI quite a bit to do various things. I'll talk about some of those things. Mani mentioned forecasting, right? Doing pricing on the basis of forecast and not just the current data. And so we are doing that in multiple ways. For example, we forecast demand using AI models. We forecast load. For every flight, we forecast the load. And we also forecast revenue, right? And that we do that 60 days in advance, and then that continuously gets refined till the day of the flight. So when you're able to forecast load, and this is used by our revenue management team on a daily basis, when you're able to forecast load, then you can see, okay, you know, load is going to be high. What is the kind of pricing we should do? Or, you know, the aircraft is not going to be fully filled, so what is the kind of pricing we should do? It all feeds into all of that. And actually, if you look at it, SpiceJet has consistently maintained the highest load factors in the industry across the world, you know, above 90-95%, because of some of these forecasting tools that you are using, and able to, you know, then modify our pricing and other strategies on that basis. We also use it for planning, you know, our network and things like that, because the forecasted load is lower and forecasted revenue. We are able to do forecasts that are more than 90%, 95% accurate at this point, using machine learning models. We've been doing that for a while, and I think others are starting to do this, but we have been doing this for a while. We also do what is called no-show prediction, right? So if your airlines do overbook because they feel that some people may not show up, and so they are able to then make more revenue. So if you have 100 seats in a flight, you can sell 102 and make that much more revenue, right? But then it causes a problem when all 102 actually show up and you only have 100 capacity, right? Now you have to offload 2 guys, or you have to offer them incentives, and that's very expensive. So while you want to overload, you don't want to offload passengers. So if you are able to do no-show prediction accurately and say, you know, that 3 guys will not show up, then I can book just 3 tickets without causing any customer pain. So more revenue and 0 customer pain. So this is great. So at this point, we are able to do 95% accuracy in our no-show prediction, because each customer's profile is in there who has booked on that flight. We look at that. It feeds into a machine learning model along with other factors such as the time of the flight, you know, route, sector, all of that. And the AI, the beauty with AI is automatically figures out which variables are more important and which are less important, and does this no-show prediction with a, you know, greater than 90% accuracy. And we have said we don't want any customer pain, so let's, you know, make it such that it can under-predict but not over-predict, and basis that we have 100% accuracy. So we are able to overbook flights without having to offload anybody. So that's a great thing. Another place that you don't see as customers, but that's extremely important to the airline industry, is safety, right? We don't want crashes, you know.
Hopefully
that's the most important thing, right? And how can we improve safety using AI? So there's a tool that we've been working on for the last 2.5 years, which is now actually rolled out to all the pilots, which is called Precog. I don't know how many of you have seen this movie called Minority Report. starring Tom Hanks. It's a probably 15 years ago movie. But there are some people in that called precogs, and they are able to predict when a crime is going to occur, like a murder or a robbery, whatever, before the crime actually occurs. So what they do in that movie is they go and arrest the guy before the crime has occurred, and they believe in their prediction, so they arrest him, and there's no crime. So it's a crimeless society. So we call this precog because we are trying to prevent safety incidents by studying all this data before they actually occur. Now, every airline, there's a lot of data. There's a thing called the black box, which you hear about whenever there's a crash, that they're trying to retrieve the black box, which has every parameter for that flight, which is captured, I think, every 100 milliseconds or something like that. Right? So there's a lot of data in that. Everything about the flight is in that black box, which we call DFDR data. So we collect all that data for every flight, and then there's a lot of useful analysis we can do on that. It requires some big data techniques and all that because there's a lot of data. But we analyze that data and we are able to say, when pilot did some things which we call exceedances, so like long landing, hard landing, or some of the things that you actually see that are not within the safety parameters. They don't lead to fatal crashes or anything like that, but it is not comfortable. They have exceeded certain parameters. So we find all of those, and every day a report goes to each pilot about how they flew the plane with respect to these safety parameters. And when that happens, then the pilot, of course, self-corrects. But we also predict, using some other algorithms, AI-based, of course, that when they need some remedial training, or if we see some patterns at certain airports, then maybe there's some special training required for that airport, so that we can do that training and bring down these kinds of exceedances, which ultimately leads to much safer flights. We also use that for fuel. The same data, we can see how the pilot flew. This is a profile for maximum fuel saving, how you can fly the aircraft. And we analyze this on that basis as well and tell the pilot, another report goes to him every day or her, how you flew with respect to fuel savings. And automatically when they see that report, they start to correct. And this has actually led to 2 to 3% fuel savings for us, which is huge, given the, this is one of our major costs. And of course, it leads to more sustainable flying as well when you're reducing fuel costs. So, and as Blair mentioned, the airlines are a very fragile business. There's probably 2% margin in the best of times. So when you save 2% cost on fuel or use 2% less fuel, that's huge. That allows us to keep flying and give that service. So just wanted to talk about those things. Other than that, when you talk about what is become famous today is Gen AI, different from Gen Z or Gen Y, right? Gen AI refers to generational AI, which is what you see in ChatGPT, where you can use AI to generate text, generate images, generate videos. And what you can use that for is actually for planning, not airline related, but planning travel, right? Because when you're planning travel, you have certain things, you want to do certain things. So you can be told, okay, you go from here to here using this airline, stay in this hotel, visit these sites. So all of that can be done, and it's being done. I have so much time, you can give it certain parameters, and it can generate this itinerary or suggest certain itineraries for you. Yeah. That's something that's very useful, and I think that will lead to better experience for your travel. That is happening.
Yeah, I think before I said on the airlines, on the airplane side, it was capacity management. It's more asset utilization was what Didi was talking about. And then on the cost side, you heard about capacity management on getting butts in seats, as it's sometimes called. And you want to make sure every seat in the airline, and if it's a hotel room, if we're talking about travel and hospitality, it's the same type of problem. You want to make sure the hotel rooms are used on the night, because that is a perishable asset, as would be called. Once the airplane takes off, you're not going to get any more people in that seat. Once the night goes by, you're not going to get anybody else in that room. So talked about two areas where two of the biggest cost factors can be covered with AI. I was thinking of maybe even a third one, which is the people side. People is another huge cost factor for the airlines. And AI tools are really ripe to be used in that space too. There are crew planning algorithms that every airline uses because the complexity of scheduling the crews, making sure that the crews, are allocated to every airplane. There's many rules that have to be taken into account for crews. They can only work a certain amount of time before they can no longer fly. If they can no longer fly, you have to get a new crew to that airplane. You have to put them up in hotels at night. So it's a massive problem to be able to keep these crews positioned at the right place based on the state of the airline. And if you can think about that, that's, I think, also a massive opportunity for leveraging AI. Again, there were a lot of OR algorithms that were used early on to solve these types of problems. That technology is really converting over to AI now, and I think OR really was the genesis of a lot of the AI models that we have now. But I was going to ask Yogesh, Yogesh has a unique perspective also being very close to the engineering. We talked about a lot of the business solutions that can leverage AI, but those business solutions actually have to be built from something. And I think you have a lot of unique insight as to how the tools are evolving now to allow these business solutions to be put in place. So maybe talk to us a little bit about how the AI tool, what trends are happening in the AI tools that will allow us to solve some of these problems.
Sure, Mike. Yeah. So Honeywell is more of a technology company, and we strongly believe that AI is going to have a big role in terms of the product development. So the way we are adopting AI in Honeywell is probably, I'll say, two ways. One is AI for product development. That's one thing. Another is AI in products. That means more of AI-enabled feature. Yeah. So to talk about maybe one or two complex problems that we have solved or solving using AI is, again, something that is, others briefly talked about is fuel efficiency. We have a product called Honeywell Forge. If you've heard of it, it's more of predictive analytics for the fuel efficiency. It's a AI-based analytics tool. And why? I mean, why this is important is, as we all know, fuel is one of the major contributor to the overall operational cost, right? The major contributor. So everybody, both from the airline's point of view and also OEMs, always try to push a way to kind of, build your equipments or the systems which is more fuel efficient. And also it's the carbon emission from the fuel, right? So waste kind of, if you really have fuel efficient systems, that could really reduce the carbon emissions, so sustainability of the fuel. That's the, the need wise. But if you really see the complexity, there are so many factors, there are numerous factors that could really influence the fuel consumption, right? It could be like maybe the aircraft type, or maybe the weather conditions, or maybe the route, the flying, the flight path, the flight profile, maybe the equipment, the engine performance. I mean, there is n number of factors, and the vast amount of data is there now, right? So your traditional ML systems may be a bit difficult. So unless you have some advanced AI systems which could really analyze this data, come up with some kind of a patterns or a correlations which could provide an alternative way. I mean, example, sometimes it may suggest a longer route, but which can take advantage of a weather conditions which will still reduce the fuel. That may be better options than the traditional things, right? So that's one thing where AI we are using kind of aligned to the travel industries to improve the fuel efficiency. The second one is as I talked about AI for product development itself, because it's even for the product development you can do, right? I mean, one of the use cases or the applications we see is, if we see any of the aerospace product, testing is very complex for many reasons. One is the safety aspect, right? It involves the safe operation of the aircraft. So we need to make sure that we thoroughly test for every possible condition to ensure that your system is working properly. So that requires a lot of domain expertise for somebody to really come up with those tests and develop it. The other one is the regulatory compliance. We have a very stringent regulatory compliance now to certify any airborne software. Almost every line of code that goes to airborne, the aircraft has to be thoroughly certified, thoroughly testified, so to make sure that it is not doing anything unintentional and it is doing what is intended to do. And the other complexity is the kind of the avionics systems interact with numerous some other systems. If you talk about a flight management system, it has to talk to the flight control, it has to talk to the engine system. There are so many subsystems, right? So there is a lot of complex interactions involved. So now you need to really, and they're all real-time systems. So many of these action has to be taken within nanoseconds, some of the microseconds. Like if there is a over voltage, I need to trip that system within few microseconds. So if your own system is not behaving, it can have a catastrophic thing, right? So to highlight that, the complexity is quite high. So if you really want to do a testing, it's first of all, it's complex and it's very manual intensive. It requires a lot of domain expertise. But if you really see the other side, we have certified many programs. We have a lot of data, historical data of your product specifications, requirement tests. How can we leverage that? I think that's where we kind of built our own system, more of a generative AI framework where it can leverage the data. We have built a knowledge database with all the data from the historical products, certified products. So this kind of analyze, whenever we come for a new product or the new spec functionality, first it goes and see how this feature is kind of tested in the earlier programs, what kind of test was done, what kind of failures were there in the field for this functionality, that features. So it kind of pulls out all those informations and gives us a gem set for us. So that's something big advantage we see in the way the product development, the AI can impact on the product development.
Yeah, so those are great insights. There's a saying that started a long time ago that data is the new oil. I think probably maybe that started 3 to 5 years ago. And a lot of people are really always wondering what did that even really mean. But you can really see in the use of AI, some of the things Yogesh was talking about, that the need for data to train these models is crucial. That's really what's going to drive the models that are going to help solve the problems. I know several of you are studying engineering, the science around collecting, cleansing, and storing and making data available. I always hear that it's about 85% of any of the development of the models is that still accounts for about 85% of the work that needs to be done. So it's pretty impactful. But so I think we had some great insights. We talked a lot about how we could solve business problems in the travel and hospitality space and some unique unique things that are evolving in the engineering space. And maybe I'll transition a little bit to some of the challenges that'll come with AI. I'm old enough, many of you are way too young to remember several of the major technology innovations and booms that occurred. I was around when the first .com boom hit in the late 1990s, mid-1990s to late 1990s. And at that time, nobody knew how they were really going to use this thing, the internet, to solve business problems. And there was a lot of skepticism. Of course, you know what happened now. Nobody has a store, nobody sells anything without the internet. And then we went on to mobile solutions, mobility. And again, there was lots of concerns around, you can't put personal data on a mobile device. There's availability of mobile. Then we went on to blockchain. Blockchain was another one, and some of the ethical issues around using blockchains for nefarious activities or currencies maybe like Bitcoin. And of course, we went on to cloud, and there's still ongoing discussions on what are some of the challenges with cloud computing, and can large-scale applications be built in the cloud and used in the cloud based on security, data privacy issues. So I'm curious from the panel's perspective, what things do you see could be a challenge with AI, and what might be some of those challenges that we might have with AI now as we solve the problem? So maybe I'll just start with Ashish.
Yes, I think I'll start with, there are multiple challenges, but I like to focus on data, as Blair also said. So data is crucial to AI. Without data, you don't have anything to run your AI algorithms on. And I talked about, the large amount of black box data that we do have that we can analyze to do things. But when you don't have data, there's nothing much you can do. And that is the biggest challenge, I feel. Now, when you talk about generative AI, which has, which works well on English today, but in India we have so many languages, right? And it just doesn't work on that. And there's no data in the digital domain for these languages. At this point, if you look at the world's population of 8 billion, 1.4 billion in India, 10% of the population, the world's population speaks Hindi, let us say. Okay, which is the actual number. So how much data is there in Hindi on the net compared to English? Is it 10%? Definitely not. What is the guess? It is 0.1%. Okay, so if you look at the data there is in English and you look at it in Hindi, it's 100 times lower than what it should be just based on the speaking population, and even lower in other languages. And which is a challenge to develop these big models for generative AI for these languages, which a lot of people in India are trying to solve. But then similar problems exist in other areas. And so I think data is the key. Data is the new oil, and AI runs by automatically analyzing a lot of this data. But first you have to have that data in place, and that's a big challenge.
Maybe we just got to go brief because we're running a little out of time. Maybe hit a couple quick bullets and we'll move on.
Yeah, I would touch upon the concept of autonomous flight. We are all talking about autonomous flights wherein the flights can go on an autopilot mode, and this is something which is prevalent even today. But still we have the two pilots sitting in the cockpit who are monitoring that and who are there for our safety. So I think even though we have chatbot to basically enhance the customer experience, we still need that personal touch and an eye to monitor whether things are going in the right direction or not. And I think that's something which will be important going forward in AI.
Need a co-pilot.
Yes, we need a co-pilot.
So from my view, I think there are a few aspects of the model fitment and choosing the right models has a huge impact in terms of getting machine learning and AI, especially in these stochastic problems. First is to actually ensure that the predictive performance of the model is ready for unseen, unknown data. Okay, that's the first thing. Second thing is the model should not be overfitted or underfitted so that there is no bias. Third is the model should actually have a good traceability and explainability. And the fourth thing is to have a balance of cost of compute versus the speed and the plethora of things. So these are probably the model-related things that is going to play a critical thing, because in a commercial space or in the operation space, the time to compute and the accuracy really matters, though they are stochastic problems.
Perfect.
To quickly give my input, from my point of view, explainability is one of the biggest challenge, at least in the aerospace safety product, because the internal decision-making process is not visible for us. Right? So especially given the safety aspect of the aircrafts, every decision these AI systems make should be justifiable to a pilot or an engineer or the regulator. I think that's one thing, that the transparency in the decision-making process is a big challenge which needs to be addressed. Unless that, we cannot really have an onboard AI systems.
100%. So running short on time. And thank you guys for your attention late in the afternoon. Maybe I'll leave you with, it's very clear you hear throughout this conference that AI is going to be a part of pretty much every job function or every solution that we deliver. And I think, if data was the new oil, I think that AI is probably the new air and water, because it's going to be so vital to everything that we deliver. I think we have one. Oh.
Sir, I appreciate your interest, but I'd like to remind you that let's keep it short and brief. Yeah.
So my question to the gentleman who has given the mic, fantastic, and all the panel there, awesome. It took almost 50 years to keep the lift man out of the lift. How many years will it take to keep the pilot out of the cockpit?
Short now, Manny. No.
Yeah, it's short, okay? It's a very debatable thing. Technically, 95% of the flying is done by the machine even today, right? Only during takeoff and landing, we have a pilot. There is a lot of debate that is happening between the manufacturers and the airlines and the pilot about having a single pilot operation. And most of the flights today can be actually flightless. it is not an engineering problem that we can't solve. It is more a psychology problem, and it is about the perception of sitting in a vehicle that has no person in it, right? So I think we debated this today as well. So I will still prefer somebody who's sitting in the front cockpit. She was okay to actually fly without anybody. Okay?
Thank you guys.
Thank you
Appreciate
so
it.
much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, panelists. Just stay back. We will have a group photograph, and also we would love to share a memento with you. So please stay back. And I'm going to invite Mrs. Tina, District Revenue Officer, Government of Tamil Nadu. Madam, please join us on the stage, who will be presenting the memento to our panelists. And thank you so much to our panelists for making this session so interesting. And it is so exciting to hear how this technology is driving us all forwards. Thank you so much once again to all our panelists for shedding light on how AI is revolutionizing the travel and hospitality industry. Can I have a huge round of applause for our panelists? Thank you. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we will have our last session for the day, the last panel discussion on the topic Building Games from Tamil Nadu for the Global and Domestic Markets, which will begin in sharp 5 minutes from now. So if you would like to take a break, refreshments, please help yourselves and come back in sharp 5 minutes. Thank you. And we will begin our last session for the day in few minutes from now. Are we good to start the last session for the day? Yes, no. The ones who are at the back, can I request you to come forward, please? And our fellow attendees, if you can hear me out, please come and assemble. You can occupy the chairs. We're about to start. All right. For our final session today, we will discuss building games from Tamil Nadu for the global and domestic markets. As you all know, Tamil Nadu is emerging as a hub for game development, and this panel will explore how the state can create games that resonate with both global and domestic audiences. And our panelists who are joining us in this discussion are, to begin with, our speaker and moderator, Mr. Machaya Kalengada, who is the operations head at the Game Developer Association of India and project lead at the India Game Developer Conference. He leads industry initiatives, connects professionals, and liaises with leaders and government agencies. He's also a law graduate who's also passionate about environmental sustainability and co-founded the Save River Kaveri Foundation. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Machaya Kalengada. Welcome, sir. And on the panelists, we have Mr. Prashant Krishnan, who's the co-founder and COO of Hybro Interactive, a leading game development studio based in Chennai. With over 12 years of experience in the gaming industry, Prashant has been instrumental in creating many popular mobile games such as Indian Train Simulator that have collectively reached over 100 million players download worldwide. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Prashant Krishnan. Welcome, Mr. Prashant. Happy to have you with us. Please join us on the stage. And followed by him, I'd like to invite Mr. Mario Royston, co-founder and CEO of VLoadin. He's a seasoned video game industry professional with over 9 years of extensive experience in game production and AVGC 40U40 winner. VLoadin is a leading game studio based in Chennai with a passion for creating high-quality, engaging games for PC, consoles, and mobile platforms. The studio won prestigious awards such as the Best Hyper-Casual Game Awards at IGDC 2021 and the GEM Awards 2022. Please put your hands together for Mr. Mario Royston. Welcome, sir. And along with the ones, we are honored to invite Mr. Vijay Srinivasan, CEO of Hammer Play Studios. He's a visionary gaming entrepreneur with nearly 17 plus years of experience in the games industry in varied roles across art, design, production, and management. Building Hammer Play as a bootstrap studio for a decade, now developing games for web, mobile, and various emerging platforms. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Vijay onto the stage. Thank you, sir, for joining us. And last but not least, Mr. K. Abraham, studio head and creative director of A-Lit Studio. Mr. Abraham Kirubakaran is the studio head of A-Lit Studio, as I already informed, and an indie studio focused on culturally authentic narrative-driven games. Transitioning from software development, he now leads his team in creating immersive experiences like Unsung Empires, the Cholas. Please put your hands together for Mr. K. Abraham. With that, now I will leave the stage to our panelists to discuss on the topic building games from Tamil Nadu for the global and domestic markets. Over to you.
The time is up. How much time do you have? 45 minutes. Okay.
Yeah, so we've got a sizably decent audience compared to where we were when the introductions are happening. Introductions done. We'll start off. I mean, the games industry is a superb industry to be in. You heard in the morning, it's probably the only industry amongst all the industries that has science, art, and tech playing a big part. To start off with, open question, first question to everybody. What made you get into the games industry? Which is that one game that inspired you? And what game are you playing right now that's not your game?
Maybe I'll start. Yeah. So one game which inspired me is, I would say, is maybe the Assassin's Creed games or the Call of Duty games which talks about the World War and all. I think that's the first time you get to immerse into something that's historical. If you don't read books or anything, I think that takes you to that era and you get to experience it. I think that got resonated in Unsung Empires. Definitely, that's the reason. Like we want to create something similar experience which are unique to us.
Vijay.
No, I think I was moved with Half-Life, back in my college days. I think that is the exposure to those large format games, and that, I mean, Half-Life 2 to this date is still, I consider personally as, one of the best games ever made. Not that I was fixated on gaming, when I wanted to make a career. I think I started as an animator, worked, for a small VFX animation company, and then I sort of found my footing with gaming. Yeah, I think otherwise it's a fun ride so far.
What game are you playing at the moment, though?
Honest answer, I'm not playing any games at the moment. But the last I played, I believe, was God of War, Ragnarok. Yeah.
What inspired me as a game developer is different. Like the games that inspired me are many, but first of all, I don't want to do engineering. That's what it come to my mind when I chose a career path. Then I thought what interests me, the movies, games, and these are the things that interest me the most. So, and my friends said what would be to work in Rockstar for GTAs, and also obviously GTAs everyone played, it inspires everyone around the world. And also my favorite game is a same Abraham, it's Assassin's Creed. One of the reason because is we didn't have any PlayStation in my home that time. So if you see a PlayStation boys, they will say God of War. So if you say PC guys, they will say Assassin's Creed. So that's the irony. So from there, I started to game development. So I studied game development, and along with my co-founder, we are the college mates, we started our studio. When we started the studio, the indie path inspired us most. So before that, when I started, when I said I wanted to pursue game development, GTA is the mind that came to me. I want to make something like that, or I have to work somewhere like that. But when I see the indie journey, it really interests me. That is two people making games and making millions of money. So that inspired me, and I started that journey. And now we are having a big mobile team, and now we are at the right time to do a PC and console game. So almost 2.5 years we are in the pre-production, and we are starting production right now. So that's it.
Nice.
So I think I'm one of the rare gaming founders who is not traditionally a gamer. I mean, I've played games growing up, obviously, but I was more into movies in college and school. I was a big cinephile. In fact, I used to review films for Hindustan Times website. But I had this creative side to me. And I used to help my co-founders, Jeno and Irfan, in their apps, which they were building while they were in college, right? They had a password app or a location sharing app, and then they started making a game. And so I had my creative inputs to give in the game, and that's how we got started. And traditionally I'm not a gamer, but currently I'm playing this game called Idle Mafia as purely for game research. So now I have to play a lot, right? I play a lot of competitor games to keep up with the market, but traditionally not a gamer.
I think we are both the only ones who are traditionally not gamers. I mean, I also got in the industry very late. So you said that Assassin's Creed, right, really inspired you, and now you're making this really nice, very Tamil-rooted game. What are your expectations like? What went into thinking of making a game like that? And what expectations from the Indian and the global market?
I think maybe just to give a context, I think Unsung Empires the Cholas is an action-adventure game. It's entirely set in 11th century Tanjore. We are actually recreating the entire explorable world of Tanjavur. So you're going to be in that era, you're going to be visiting the big temple, you're going to be visiting all the palace and everything. So one thing which we see is locally it's going to be a dream for many, like me. I think whenever I studied about Cholas in my school days, I always imagine what if Assassin's Creed set in the Chola era. So there are a lot of people that resonated with us on that too. I think it's going to be a dream come true for them, for the people who want to play as a Chola, who wants to experience the ancient Tamil. And for the global audience, it's going to be completely unique. Because whenever we say action-adventure, narrative-driven game, it's always set in either as a Norse, or it's always about World War, or it's always about Japanese. India's land of stories, right? It's we have so much stories to tell. I think this is the right time to tell as well. We have so much things that we are proud of, and culturally, even scientifically, and there are a lot of things we have, and we have been way ahead of the world. I think that is going to be the key new thing for all the people, for all the West audience, or the people who are outside India. They're going to, I think I would say we always want to make them get inspired.
Very inspirational, because what you're saying is right? We have a lot of stories from India. One good thing with this panel actually is all four of you all actually are different genres of games really. I mean, none of you all really fit into a bracket. Like Vijay, for you, for example, you've killed it in the HTML5 gaming space. And what is that looking like? Suddenly you hear a lot more of HTML5 over the last 6 or 8 months. You start to hear a lot more of it again. And what are your expectations, and how do you look like scaling up in that particular genre?
Well, see, they always say web is making a comeback, and we hear this every year. For some reasons, it's always making a comeback. Now, I think it's one of those formats which is accessible for the masses. Right now we are expanding some of our portfolio of games to platforms like GameSnacks, Microsoft, where we are seeing good traction. What we are identifying right now is we are actually able to see first-time gamers. We are actually seeing a lot of casual gamers stumbling upon these games, right? In terms of scale, this is a domain where you need to keep building new content, because you just cannot sustain with few amount of games. You've got to have, like it or not, you've got to also play the volume game. You've got to keep building multiple games, and then until you find what sort of genres, what sort of games are being liked. So the law of average will eventually kick in. So that's how we continue to scale some of our games. So we've got to have a good 40, 50 games for you to find good 3, 4 games out of that lot. And then you sort of try and expand them. And then, of course, you rinse and repeat the process across multiple platforms. So you've got to reach out to different platforms, see if you can sort of strike some exclusive deals or something like that, right? That's the probably the format for scaling.
Okay, interesting, because I think Mario, you were in the hyper-casual space, when the hyper-casual space was all that people are talking about, especially in a mobile-heavy country like India. And we just said the same thing, right? Like you had to have a repository of games for you to really have one strike goal. But how has your experience been? I mean, was it similar, or did you have 3 or 4 things that really worked and then you built on it?
So actually, in hyper casual, we want we explored many streams before we get into the hyper casual one. So we were in the premium space as well. So we experienced that it's really hard to make a premium games, and you need to have marketability, high marketability to sell it. If it doesn't work out, you end up with nothing. So after that, we went to servicing. This is where we wanted to come again to making IPs. So in that space, IPs, hyper casual is reached global wide. So in that case, we test many games, but eventually only one game takes off and makes a hit. So this is where the beauty of the mobile, the Google Play stores and the iOS market in the premium spaces work. So to my company, like we won't make bunch of games. Like we make bunch of games, but like only one goes to live, and that will be a hit games.
Wow.
So we analyze with the data, so how it works with the regions, like different regions, and we work with the publishers as well. So we get some experience from them, like how to boost our games and all these things. So this is how we experiment that. So with that one games, and we might end up like with huge profits, more than like how many bunch of games that we have. Even with the one small game, if it's reached very well with across the globe, because like our one game is reached around like 120 downloads, and it's making profit still, and it's still growing.
Okay.
So our aim is to just hold on that game and do some DevOps and LiveOps and improve the game and like make a sustained revenue for the company. So that's how we.
Nice. He was talking about going to publishers, Prashant, and you have been like in a simulation space. I mean, the Indian train simulator, and then from there you've gone off, and now you're building something else, almost a simulation space, but something new. But you also told us the first time you actually go into a publisher. How has that transition been as a game developer? Because a publisher is a person, if you're writing a book, you go to somebody to publish it, right? It's similar in the gaming space. I mean, I just think normally we game guys, we get together and think everybody understands the lingo. So publishing basically is the person that helps you publish your game. You can either go and print your own book and sell your own book, or you can go to a publisher who will help you print the book. You can write the book, they'll help you print the book and also distribute the book. So that's the publishing, yeah.
Yeah, so the publisher is the guy with distribution in their hand, right, basically. And studios make games. We have been on both the sides. Like Hybro, for the first 8 years, we were building the games and also publishing them ourselves. Then the transition, I wouldn't say transition, we're still keeping on with the publishing side, but working with an external publisher has been life-changing, to be really frank. I think the pace at which they are working and the metrics that they expect for taking a game forward to all the way to publishing, those are much higher standards than what we had set for ourselves. And we have, like Mario said, while we decided to start doing Idle Tycoon games, we had to go through a cycle of making 4 to 5 games. We have killed 4 games, and now we are having 1 game that's going to publishing. So that's the way it works. Absolutely. But we didn't have that mindset when we were building games for our own publishing, right? Had we set higher standards, we would have actually killed a lot more games and stuck with a few games which are actually worth supporting.
Like producing your own movie versus having a producer to put in some money, I mean, at some level. Interesting. We think we've got about 20 minutes left. We still have some time. So we've heard about what all of you are building, what kind of games you are, what kind of studios. But and I'm not being disrespectful to the place that this is, but you normally hear studios from Bangalore. I mean, for all the time, like out of one studio here, you'll have 5 studios in Bangalore. But what makes it interesting, and what's the challenging part of building a studio in Tamil Nadu? I mean, anybody can go first, like in Chennai. And how is it like? What are the challenges and what are the opportunities?
So, personally speaking, we personally didn't have any challenges. We started right after we finished college, and this was back in 2013. And the team grew very slowly but steadily. All 3 co-founders were from a technical background. We did computer science engineering in Anna University. So the first people that we hired were artists. And we were able to find a lot of very good 3D artists in Tamil Nadu, and that part was not a problem. And since we were able to find a niche where we could succeed very early into our journey, I think we were able to kind of sustain and get past a lot of these hiring or skill-based problems. That was not an issue. I think the issue was founder-level strategy being sharper. But I think as far as setting up a studio in Tamil Nadu was concerned, I don't think we had any problems. We were fine.
Maybe I'll just go next. I think the good thing is, I think we have some really good talents here, because I always say this to my team. the one thing which I'm really proud of is the team which we have. Like such amazing folk with all the like different. They bring all the different knowledges into the game, and that balances out. Even like maybe I contribute like 20%, but the another 80% the team brings in. That's a good thing. We have a lot of talent pool. We have. I think one thing which was missing is the platform or the ecosystem to make them work in Tamil Nadu, I guess. I think that's the reason why people are moving towards Bangalore or Mumbai. We were missing the ecosystem. On the things which needs improvement, I would say like, I think one is definitely the policy side of things and the infrastructure, and definitely we need like a better ecosystem, like more studios to come in, gives opportunities, work on something like which they really love to work on that. I think that's the part which needs improvement as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very interesting point, right? I think the talent has always been in Tamil Nadu, and we've always exported talent to places like Hyderabad and Bangalore. I mean, Vijay, you also got worked outside and come back. So, the question is that while talent, how does community help build the ecosystem? I mean, and then Vijay, yeah. How does community help build the ecosystem?
Come again, Macha.
How does community help build the ecosystem? Because Abraham spoke about a very interesting thing. He said abundance of talent is there. We have a founder level problem in the sense you do not have enough founders talking to each other, sharing insights, which is happening slowly, of course, not denying it. But building that whole community will just help spur the growth of the ecosystem. And how do you think it's important? How do you think we can build a community?
No, I think we are reaching a point where we are now starting to see some close collaborations across founders, right? I think this was missing probably years back, and right now there's active dialogue and participation happening from different, across different studios. That way we are able to also sort of leverage some of our knowledge, because even here on this panel we have very distinct companies here, companies on one end we have someone who's building a AAA console game. Roy is building mobile and console. We are building browser games. Prashant is building mobile games. I think there's already diverse talent here, and I think that's already helping us to sort of get that knowledge spread across, right?
So yeah, like this is what like Abraham said, like we have ample number of talents in Tamil Nadu. I don't see a reason like talents is the problem here, because like whatever the talents may be, like if someone is passionate, like they will be having a great impact in your team. So you would be able to pull off the things. More than that, like we need some collaborations as well within our studios, and like just like when we were moving from indie to a studio setup, like a bootstrap. From there, like like at that time, like your business is something new to me, because like I approach games as an art form. So that was a challenge. So in that case, like I get some advices from Vijay. So because like he is running a successful game company in Chennai, so I go often and like get some advices like how to approach this business and all these things. So that helped me. So people like coming from gaming background and like like they miss this part. So that is something that like I felt it is challenging. But other than that, like once you get in the flow, like it won't stop you. Like you just need to concentrate and like work on it. And like just like how we collaborated, like Vijay helped me and like we helped the others. And also we collaborate with the, let's say I'm making a PC console game right now. I collaborate with multiple studios. Like in terms of tech consultant, animation consultant. So even like we collaborate like that. And also like I have a art consultant team in Sivagangai who is working on the environmental concepts for us, and they are also they worked on many of the AAA games like Last of Us and all, and many of the upcoming Microsoft projects and Nintendo projects. So we learn many things from them. And also what we do in our studio is like we want those expertise to train our art and design people in the team. So even now, like we are having some master classes for our teammates, like to get trained them by them, and like we invest them because some of the studios like also needs to understand like we need to invest in these people, and later on it will turn as a revenue for the company, and also it will improve the quality of the games as well. So this is what we are trying to do.
So these collaborations should happen often, and like, even like we need to, engage the talents here. Even the studios have to engage the talents, and like, support them. Like if someone is coming to the industry, like we have to help them come, like, onboard them, like, because they have the different mindsets. They might not know what the game development is. So we have to preach these things. Right now we started that process. So we are doing some welfare activities to help these people, and help the studios, startup studios, because we see a lot of studios over the last 15 years. We saw like many game studios that's been shut down due to this lack of collaborations. So I don't think like we would want one more game studios to be shut down from Tamil Nadu or India. So this is what we need to do.
Nice. That's very interesting. Prashant, anything you have to say?
Yeah, so regarding community, it's something we didn't realize what we were missing out on, right, until it happened. So even before this panel started, I was just showing Roy our games data and getting his advice on how the numbers are looking, right? Because he's somebody who's been through that journey of working with a publisher, scaling a game to over 100 million downloads. So I have somebody right next to me who I can go to seek help, right? That only happens with community. I can think of so many other studios who have nobody to look up to or talk to. So I think it's definitely a positive.
I mean, I've seen that. We've been to 3 or 4 meetings together, all of us, one WhatsApp message and everybody's there the next day, leaving all work aside for the greater good. You made an interesting point, Roy. You said like your art team is from Shivaganga and they're working on The Last of Us. Tamil Nadu, like that, is very interesting because you've got probably one of the few states in India that has a very good agrarian economy, but has large, good urban centers of excellence, in the sense like good urban cities spread across. And Vijay, you're a testament. I mean, you've almost moved baggage to Coimbatore and you're working out of Coimbatore.
Yeah,
how is it to work out of, in a Tamil Nadu scenario, from a games industry perspective, when you're saying community, how will it help to have multiple different companies or studios spreading across different parts of Tamil Nadu, and what needs to make it happen? What are things that we should work either with the governments or with the community and all that to make this happen? Because I think in India, it's a little longer monologue from my side, but in India, if there's any state that can really leverage its present infrastructure, it's Tamil Nadu, because no other state has a vibrant urban educational ecosystem like we have.
See, I think there's already a greater exposure to this industry. I mean, for example, we are looking to hire some folks at the moment. What we used to see as number of applicants in the past, the number of applicants, and what we see today is increased multifold, right? For example, if you publish a 3D art position, you are getting phenomenal response. A lot of this probably shows the fact that students, new entrants to the industry, are very well aware of the domain. And we are getting applications from different parts of the state, not just from urban centers. Folks from Madurai, folks down south, they already are aware of the medium now. I think it's just a question of tapping in the right talent. They don't necessarily come from directly a gaming background, and they don't need to, honestly. We just have to, as studios, we just have to tap in the potential and see if we can nurture and mentor them. I think that's one of the ways where we are looking to cultivate talent. For example, we do offer internship programs. It has always worked in our favor. There's always a churn that is always there. You will have people who will move on to other opportunities, but in the process, you will also have talents who will stick on, who will probably, just go to the next level. I think, yeah, it's already getting there. From what we saw 10 years back when we started this, the landscape has very well changed.
Anybody else wants to add something? On the talent or like?
So one thing which I can add is like, I think we have some, even similar thing we have happened. I think pretty much like more than 60% of the team are from down south. And trust me, like we have a vegetation artist who is from like Vanaraman College. Like pretty much his main focus is like doing vegetations. He works on speed tree and all. I think these kind of awareness, I think people are there. I think only thing which they need is the opportunities. and they have their own set of expectations, right? Like they expect, they want to work on, I think everyone have a dream game, something like we always spoke, right? I think we need to give the right opportunity for them to get the resources to be working here. I think that's the missing part, where like people go out of the state or even out of the country just for getting that opportunity. And once we fill that gap, I think it's going to be pretty straightforward. It's going to become the gaming hub of entire game development.
So I think what we need is just a couple of massive success stories locally. And I don't think it's a egg or chicken problem. I think the talent is there. I think it's the responsibility, or it's on the companies to give Tamil Nadu that massive hit. I think everybody on the stage is on the path to get there. So once that happens, all of the talent will have home to go towards.
Have a ripple effect. Few questions. I think we've got 10 minutes left. For all that you said, what do you think the government of Tamil Nadu or the governments of Tamil Nadu needs to do to encourage the games industry? Quick answers. Anybody can go.
Maybe I can start.
Yeah.
So one thing which I can say is like we are really proud of our culture, right? The game which we build. I think one thing which the government can do is like we always have that vice of gaming is always bad kind of projection over media and all. There are games where you can learn things. This is the only medium that can take our culture and rich heritage to the next generation. We see gaming as a portal for that. So definitely we need to like change the perspective that gaming is always bad. It's going to be, there are a lot of ways the gaming can become a tool to transfer knowledge. If what Assassin's Creed did to Italy, in creating the entire history, people are traveling there, visiting there just because of they play the game. I think the gaming can do the same for Tamil Nadu. We want people to visit Tamil Nadu just by playing the game from maybe like the west coast of Los Angeles or maybe like from Japan or somewhere. I think gaming has that capability to do that. We definitely need government's help in saying that they need to set the framework right to make sure we project these kind of games.
No, I think the government needs to think local and act global in this case. Based on our interactions with especially the IT ministry, they are already showing an appetite to sort of, or a spotlight into this industry. I think some more added spotlight would really help because, for example, a lot of the investments that they attract globally are still predominantly, IT and IT-enabled companies, right, SaaS companies. I think a little more effort and spotlight in bringing some of the global powerhouses to the state will also directly boost the sector.
I would say, government need to support the industry just like how they support the cinema industry as well. So it's always an entertainment industry, there is like a misconception. People like games is different, like and movies are different. For example, like we need to change that mindset of the people. A quick example I would say is like my friend who's like almost married and have a kid. He wants to buy his first PlayStation, but his father went to US because of his sister, so he wanted to buy PlayStation. Just get me the PlayStation, like I'll send the money. But his father said like I won't get you a PlayStation. You are like grown child now. You shouldn't play PlayStation. So this is one of the things that start making people think. So when you generalize this, if you take Japan, like everywhere you see is like they say have this game promotion outside of India. You see the games, they will promote outside even the banners, like just like how they promote the cinema industry. So people are ready. Like when you started to do these things, like people will change their mindset and they will see this as a serious business. So that prospection need to be broke, and like we need to treat it as like an entertainment, as a normal entertainment, so that like you can even see many revenues generating from the games as well, and also there are many talents jumping into the industries. So this is what I would say.
Yeah, I think fun is a serious business. Yeah.
Yes, it's definitely a serious business.
I think there's something like some context needs to be set about how big gaming is, right? I think we are in gaming, so we keep taking that fact for granted, but gaming is bigger than movies, music, TV, everything combined, right? And organized sports also, I believe. So it's a massive 200 billion a year industry, I think. So we are not, you know, we're not, definitely not, it's exactly the opposite of it, in fact. But what we are saying is we're just getting started. India is getting started, Tamil Nadu is just getting started. And the market is not small. The market is massive, the opportunity is massive, the talent is there. So we are asking the government to help us, you know, take part in a journey that could be something phenomenal tomorrow. It's definitely not a small thing.
And also you want to know one thing, like you might know, everyone might in the stage know. There's already a Tamil-based game launched, and it was like global. It made a global impact, and it also won a BAFTA award. So Venba is a game. So if you talk to this founder, like he's also interested in movies. Like he's like a big fan of Vetrimaran. So he take his quote as like, you know, when you wanted to go global, like make it more rooted and raw as possible. So that's what inspired, and like he made this game. So Venba is a game, like, you know, where you have like it's a moved out narrative game, and it is the gameplay is all about like making you know, our traditional dishes, cooking dishes, and like that's how the game it is like, and it impacted very globally, and like many people out the Western audience started to see that game. They are very enjoying it. So whatever the games that we are building from India, if you wanted to make something with our culture, like you have to make it westernized, just like RRR, like how it does, you know, even though it's like an Indian movie, it has the Western standards, and it like people were able to relate it. So that's the reason for the huge impact of RRR. So that's what we need to do with the game industry as well.
Great art, great gameplay, great design.
And also think about the business as well.
Yeah.
So how it sells, that's the major thing. If you see the Black Myth Wukong, even though it's it's about the Chinese mythology, what sells is like it's a monkey. When it goes to the different set of audience, it's a monkey. You are playing as a monkey, and people start to think it's cool. You know, and also they like to see like what this Chinese culture, like what offering them. So they are very interested to learn that as well. So that is a centering point. You know, you have the monkey in the poster, like, and you do a martial art combat. It's interesting to play, and people start to play.
Yeah. I mean, actually, this question is not there, but as the script talking, I'm thinking, is it because, from a Wukong perspective, is it because people have watched Chinese movies for the last 50, 60 years that they had, and various kinds of Chinese movies, right? From Jackie Chan to Bruce Lee and everything else, that they had an appetite to, in terms of consuming something like that. In India, how many of our movies, though they're super hits here, except for a few Rajnikant movies in Japan and other elsewhere, how many of our Indian movies with good Indian storylines have actually made it good globally? For people to at least have a taste of an Indian cultural...
I think a little bit of cultural crossover has already happened for other countries. With respect to India, I think India itself is very diverse. So we can't have like a one, you know, identity spread globally. There is a Tamil identity to it. There is a, you know, I'm sure every state has something unique to offer.
Just have very bad Bollywood influence everywhere.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, so what is, I'm going to close of it. Where do you see yourselves 3 years from now? Where do you see the ecosystem, you yourselves as individual studios or individual game developers 3 years from now? Where do you see the games industry in Tamil Nadu 3 years from now? And what is your big dream?
Maybe I'll start first. I think on the dream-wise, maybe in 3 years from now, maybe I'll be scrolling my social media just to see the gamers around the world fighting whether Rajendra Chola will beat Kratos. Maybe that's one thing. Maybe on the other side, I would say like if someone plays the game from the west or east or outside India who is not from Tamil Nadu, and just Google what is Tamil, I think that's a win for a game. I think that's exactly the dream which we have when we are building this. on the final thing, one thing which I would say is like I think now it's the right time. Like anyone can build a game. Like you don't need to have like a proper say like you don't need a big studio. You don't need to be an industry veteran, or you don't need to be like a properly well educated. You come from a game development background to build the game. Just have an idea. Just make sure you think big. Start small, and let's get this created. I think we have a lot of stories to tell. We need a lot more creators to tell it to the world. I think that's my closing line, which I'll call.
No, I think like Abraham said, there's never been a better time to build games. I think the time is now. The industry will continue to thrive. I'm fairly certain that we will start seeing more studios, more indie studios in Tamil Nadu. Given the advancement of AI and a good amount of automation happening in game development, you will not have the compulsion of running a large entity. You can remain small, nimble, and you can still create global hits. Because now we are at a point where we are able to leverage AI across game development, be it game art, be it design, be it programming, testing. We are already seeing advancements. So what was accomplished by a 10-member team can truly now be accomplished by a 2 to 3-member team now. So I think this will boost the sector. Members can actually confidently come into the industry, invest, and create games. I think that way we will continue to thrive is what I believe.
So my goal is, I think like there is no such goal like that. Like we just want to make games what we like and move on with it. So in the 3 years, like maybe like we want to learn like most of the stuff that the Westerners do with the game techs and everything that we want to learn. So that's the major thing that's in our mind when making our game right now. So that is one thing. And like an advice that I would give to you can always start small. You doesn't need to have like a big team and big projects to start about it. You can always start small. Even I've seen like many small projects making more impact when starts to let's say like I think the Disco Elysium. So that is one of the in their country like it's the first a global hit game, and it made a very impact, and it also made profitable. So you would never know. Even a small game can also do that. So always like it doesn't require like the most of the I've been in the IGDC awards team. Most of the games in the upcoming game awards that I played last year is full of like Unreal project demos. People are like having some concepts in their mind and they wanted to build something like that, but it's like half cooked, by the way. So if you have a large team, always like, go for it. I would say go for it, build a PC game, enrich our culture, do these things. But when you're a small team, where you have like no budget, I would always recommend to start small, learn the things, and then scale up. Yeah.
So I think India is a great place to build games out of. Whether you choose to make games for India or for the global market, I think it's still a great place to build games from. We have built for India and now we are building global games. So like Abraham is choosing to take the Indian culture to a global market, right? But there is one more way to do it. You can also make a very Western game for the Western market. Like I grew up on American pop culture, so we are leveraging all that knowledge and making a game sitting here in Velachery for the audience sitting in Kansas, Illinois, Arizona. And we are still getting the nuances right. The in-jokes are there. So somebody playing from US should feel like the game was built by somebody living in US. I think that's possible. We can do it today.
Yeah, quick example, Ghost of Tsushima is not done by a Japanese company. So that's it. Like you don't need to be there to build their game. So even like who knows, like maybe some of the other developers who are outside of India can also make games with our culture as well. So you never know what's cooking up.
Large part of the member team also wasn't like, I mean, they're not here in India though.
Yeah. Even Sifu is not from Chinese companies. It's a French development company. So you never
I think we've always seen some of the top
AAA developers capturing our culture, right? For example, I think Uncharted had I think installment where the game briefly happened in India.
Yeah.
One of the latest series, right? I think they've always done that. I think they are also far more intrigued into our culture. So I think we just have to get it right because it just needs to have the right ingredients. Like I always like to say, think local, act global.
Agreed. Gentlemen, it's been a super panel discussion. Thank you so much. Some really good insights. Any questions from the audience? Yeah, come on. I'm still in time, right? Yeah, question from the audience. Mike?
So my question is for Mr. Abraham. I've been following him since his game's announcement, but I'm really I don't know how you approach the investors or the publishers. Would you mind sharing some story about that and any advice for us?
Yeah, I think one thing which I always say is like, so whenever we take like we took one of the hardest genre, 3D action adventure narrative driven. And whenever we say that, the game which always comes into your mind is something like Assassin's Creed, or you always get compared to that game. We know that from day one. But one thing which we can do is just make sure you build your product right. And there are like two cases to it. On day one, if you start comparing with a game like Assassin's Creed, it's going to pressure your team will burn out, you won't be able to get the result. So one thing which we do is, so whenever we released a gameplay trailer, we know what are our flaws, and now we are planning to release another one this next Monday. Just make sure it's always better than the first one. I think that's our only focus currently, and we have another 8 to 10 months of development, and we are pretty sure that after 10 months we are going to achieve the better quality what we have announced or what we have posted. I think it's like a baby steps, right? So even if you want to do something like that, just start small, just make sure your end goal is fixed from the day one. And on the investor wise, I think pretty much our studio is also funded by me and one of my friend as well. So he's our investor too. But if you get a good product and you show a good traction, like you have a demand for the product, it's going to sell itself. And even one thing which you can say is like for the first game, we got more than 85,000 downloads without doing any single rupee for promotion. It always went from word of mouth. So our current focus is building the right product, and the product will speak for itself.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other advice from you three?
Yeah.
How to outreach investors or publishers?
For a PC game or it's
any kind of game.
Okay, so I would say like for PC games, it's very tough to approach investments from India. What you can do is like, if you have a small team, make a quick demo with the full quality. You don't need to have like a lot of levels and all. Like can have like few levels. Just explain the things. The one thing like many of the startup people like forget to do is, I get many pitches, and like what are the pitches is coming, like they have only the story of the game. People need to understand that like it's not a movie. You can't run a game with just the story. You need to have the gameplay systems, like what are the gameplay, what are the combats, like if you have a combat, like how you going to approach the game, what's the experience. So these are the first steps that needs to be briefed out. And second of all, like how are you going to sell this game? So where is the audience? What types of audience you're reaching? How are you going to attract the users? So these are the pitches, like, like when I talk to some of the investors, like who's right here, like what they say is like most of the studios from India and outside of India miss the business part of the thing, like how they're going to market the game. So that is the thing. At the end of the day, you need to understand it's a business. Even if you take a movie, let's say Leo, even if it's done with Vijay, like even if it's done with a big director, it needs some selling points, like some castings and everything. So they have to analyze that in terms of business. So please be open with that mind. Approach the game, whatever you're building with the business. Whatever, if you just have, let's say like I see many games nowadays like have this Black Myth Wukong, I would say. So they have, they're like I've seen a lot of digital marketing things happening, how hard this boss would be. But if you go inside the game and play, people who played Elden Ring would like finish it off very easily. So it's not that hard. And also all these promotions are done after the gameplay, like the new game plus part. When they completed the full game, with the upgrades, they beat these parts. So this is how they build structure marketing. So, to, pull you inside the game. So think of all these elements. So, pitch and say these are the numbers. This worked very well with the different publishers, with the different types of genres. You would have like this minimum guarantee to sell my game. So this is what you need to come up with a plan.
I just have to add one thing. One is network with peers in the industry and be willing to listen to feedback and don't expect yes men. Like in the sense like don't expect to get positive feedback. Be very, very open to good constructive feedback. It can be negative. It can be, somebody can just come and tell you this game is bad, it's not going to work. And you really need to, like a lot of times as creative people, we take a big offense at it, right? We like how he didn't understand. But he probably has something to say, which is why he's saying it. So then you need to be analytical about yourself to say, why did he say that? And not, a lot of times we get very defensive and we're like, he doesn't understand what I'm building. That's not the way to do it. And nothing works, come to IGDC every year, it will work.
Yeah, meet many people. Like this is the thing that I did wrong when in my early stages. I didn't go outside and talk to anyone. When I stepped out from the indie zone, I was working from my home, like just me and my partner were working from home, and then we haven't interacted with any of them. When we started as a company, like we obviously wanted to interact with many people and like gain insights. And so this is where you gain knowledge as well. Come to this event, do some networking. So eventually you will be there. And so also we have this community right now, GDAT community, so that like you can have, you can always connect with us, like everyone is available to help. And also we also connect some workshops and all these things. So if you are a studio, please approach us as well.
The one thing in the games industry is everybody is approachable. I don't think anybody, if you ask anybody for anything, I don't think anybody shoos you away. At least as of today, it's the least bureaucratic leadership level that we have in the industry.
All of us are in the same GRAT group, so you can reach us and talk to us there.
We'll have this. Okay, anything?
Sorry, somebody else had a question there. Last question. Last two questions. Huh?
So it was a quite insightful session. So I have a question. The problem I've like observed with these things of the games that I've played, I'm not a pro gamer, but still what I've observed is when I buy, I have two PlayStations. One is a PSP and another PS4, but I seldom use it because I think there is a little bit of friction. I can just take my phone and play games instead. So that thing, though I have invested a lot of money in PlayStation, I seldom use it. But I use my free games in my mobile phone. So there is a friction associated with the game. And a game like an Angry Bird has reached a lot of audience, but a game which is very much realistic isn't reaching anybody. And there are a lot of games that have been played in the past. I liked it so much, but right now I don't have any intention to play it again. Partly because maybe I don't think it's worth playing or something like that. I don't have any ownership to get back to that game because we are living in a times where we have very short attention span. We are looking at reels. So I play a game, it looks good, and then before I could explore that game, I see another ad with another interesting game. So I might switch to that game. So it's kind of a never-ending process. But earlier it was like everybody played Snake game. So there are three issues associated with it. One is the friction part, like I said, with the PlayStation and the mobile game. And the second is building ownership for a person to play games long time. Or else it would be like a reel. Though game will be interesting, but people won't play it because after a few days they might go to switch to another game. And another is reaching mass market. So how do you address all these three issues? And you people said that someone was a browser gamer and someone was a PC gamer, someone was a mobile gamer, some might be a PlayStation or something like that. So is there any fresh avenues that you're exploring, like AR, VR, or crypto gaming or something? Even right now, the Swiggy, Zomato people and all has gamified their operation so much that even the people who does Swiggy, Zomato deliveries think they'll play games because they need to do something very fast or something like that. So it's something like gamification of even the businesses. So how do you address these three issues? That's my first question. And the second question is, kind of what kind of avenues do you want to get into, apart from this PC, mobile games and all, like any futuristic avenues that you're planning to get into? That's it.
So first thing is like in our studio, the one that you said, right? You play games and you go out of the thing. That's called hyper casual, and that's where we made like 100 million downloads. So before that, like we are doing premium games. That is the time where people are ready to play games, premium art form of games. So people mindset changes often. So one thing that you can do is like adapt to whatever the trend that's right now is. So if you see the hyper casual that worked out before, right now it's not working much. So different set of things are working. So we have to move to another things. So in that way, like you have to adapt to the audience. So that is one thing. If you ask me, like I want to move from mobile, PC and console to on any other platforms, I would say like maybe I can move to VR. I won't say AR, maybe, I don't know. But like these are like, the last option I would have. Because in VR, there is like some problems that we have is, you have motion sickness and also like you can't explore many ideas apart from the first person things. So that is one thing like we avoid. So these are the things that you can explore and like make fun games and make innovative games from all these things. So these three platforms, that's the reason these three platforms are like, are sustainable for a very long time. So this is...
No, I think you partly answered your own question, because changing times, evolution happens, people move on, new trends. What worked, let's not even talk about 5-10 years back. What worked 2 years back, I don't think is working now, right? Attention span is very less. I don't think at least us, I don't think we look at addressing these issues. We try to work around these issues, right? Even when we build these smaller format games, we kind of know the audience we are dealing there, right? And of course, I'm sure Abraham knows his audience well, because he's not going to reach the millions of masses out there, right? He will try to do that, but in the process, he's going to settle onto high quality audience who's going to pay money for his game and then play, right? A good example is simulator games. Simulator games don't sell in millions, right? Like for example, flight sim or a train simulator. But you have loyal audiences who like to pay. These are what we call as high quality audiences who like to pay for that content and consume. So those are niche segments you establish as a studio or a company. So we don't try to address these issues, but we always try to evolve, adapt, and thrive.
And are you working on any sort of interoperability between games and building ownership through some sort of crypto or blockchain integrating with that? So you don't do that?
My personal view, crypto blockchain is a gray area. I mean, it's basically finding a new, problem, right? It's not going to be sustainable. We have seen enough companies who have basically burnt their fingers in the process.
Crypto blockchain, there are a lot of companies, but the whole policy needs to evolve. Like you answered a very good question, right? How do you retain, like for example, you don't have more than 3 seconds. A lot of these guys, and I keep talking to mobile gamers especially, the biggest problem is retention. One is user acquisition, the other one is retention. So to answer yours, I think we are not in a position as yet, or any of us here, to like really go and dwell into blockchain. Though it, of course, the technology that is going to lead a lot into the future for sure. But at this moment, it's very gray. I mean, who will pay the taxes?
So it's an entertainment industry. You just need to entertain.
Yeah, I think play to earn is not the answer. At the end of the day, we all need to be entertained. It would be kind of pointless or even downright ridiculous if we say that we will pay you to watch a movie. Right? I think we rather watch it to get entertained, right? So that segment will continue to exist, and that's the biggest segment out there.
Thank you.
Last question. No, finished. Time up. We can talk after this.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have another question.
All right, okay. So yeah, if you have any other questions, I'm sure you might have so many questions, and I leave the speakers to you offline.
Seeing her outside.
So yeah, you can take it offline. Like once they are downstairs, you can talk to them, clarify your questions. And so yes, we are almost at the end, and it is so happy to see all of you discuss so much of insights on this topic. And thank you so much for sharing this with us, all of us today. And I'd like to invite Mr. Mohan Sahayaraj, Assistant Director. So please join us. Mr. Mohan Sahayaraj, we have here, Assistant Director of Government of Tamil Nadu. So please join us here, who will be presenting the memento to our panelists. Thank you so much, each one of you, for sharing your expertise and experience with all of us today.
And also, please join our group. Like, if you want to connect with us, like, you can get in touch with us, with this community.
Yes. So you see the QR code on the screen. As sir already mentioned, if you would like to join the group, please scan it or take a photograph, and you can scan later and join the WhatsApp group and stay connected. Thank you, gentlemen. And that concludes our sessions for the day. And thank you to all of our speakers, the moderators, and you all, the attendees, for making today so insightful and engaging. We hope you found this session the entire day valuable and inspiring. And we look forward to another day of thoughtful leadership and innovation at Umagine TN 2025. Have a wonderful evening, everybody. Take care and see you all tomorrow. Thank you.